I was an agriculturalist, trying to get all I could for the land. But at that time, I've realized that this land is not just a resource to be used and abused. It's something that we have to take care of and look at all of it. We have to go back to the way it was if we're going to save these precious natural resources we've been given to enjoy.
Over the last several decades, we've been losing thousands and thousands of acres of our wetland habitats. Oil and gas, livestock production, agricultural producers, you name it. When you look at what the prairie used to be, you've lost all that water storage.
The river has some parts that are breathtakingly beautiful, but there are other places you want to cry because it's so dirty. And it's all the same river. Right now, we have an opportunity to take this gem, polish it off, and show it to the world.
The situation for fishing in state waters was just terrible, and we decided we were going to do something about it.
You gotta want to do it. You gotta want to be in this business. I've been going out there so long, it's just part of me now.
Here's my take. Every bend is a new adventure. It's just you and nature.
I'm kind of the steward for this land that's here. Hopefully I leave it better than the way I found it.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is such a joy to see each and every one of you today. For those of you I don't know, I'm Joni Carswell. I'm the CEO at Texan by Nature, and welcome to the 2023 Texan by Nature Conservation Summit. So excited to have each of you here. So today we will discuss the future. That's always the theme of our summits. We'll discuss the future through examples, through lessons and vision given across 4 panels. So I hope you're ready to think and engage and really think about what you're gonna take home. These will dive deep on the keys to conservation's future: education, application, measurement, and reporting. The things that I've been talking with a lot of you about for not only the last 12 months, but the last 6 years. So we're gonna really dive into the examples today. But first I wanna start the day with some appreciation to and for so many of you here. I'd like to thank our sponsors and our members. Your partnership, your enthusiasm, it enables the work that we do every single day. Thank you to our Sustainability Fund leaders, the Stillwater Foundation, Ray and Becky Engel, John Now, HEB, the Friedkin Group, Karen Hickson, Cullen Geiselman, Cynthia Pickett-Stevenson, and the Kinder Foundation, and of course, Enbridge. Thank you guys so much for being part of the Sustainability Fund. And our sincere, yes, thank you. Our sincere gratitude also goes to Lyda Hill Philanthropies for supporting all of our partner work and operations on an ongoing basis, and HEB and Enbridge for supporting our Conservation Wrangler program and summit at the highest level every single year. Thank you to NRG Reliant, EOG Resources, and DD Rose for their continued support of the summit and the program as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you to our silver and bronze sponsors and to the Garden Club of Dallas. I don't know if you guys have already seen the beautiful flowers, but that's courtesy of the Garden Club of Dallas, so thank you very much. We are so proud to be supported by a diverse, committed group of partners from all across the state and from so many different industries and walks of life. As you see the partners throughout the day, if you would thank them for supporting conservation work and all of the partner work that we do for the 145 partners that we have. Please note that the member and the sponsor names that I mentioned from the stage, they are a sampling, if you will. They're the ones who are supporting directly the Conservation Wrangler program in this summit. But there are many more organizations that I did not name that are doing amazing work. They're underwriting different projects and they're doing their own projects. And you can find more about those at texanbynature.org. So I'd also like to thank all of the Texan by Nature board members for their continued commitment to conservation and to Texan by Nature. Laura Bush, Elaine Magruder, Tamara Trail, Tina Buford, Joe Crafton, Ray Engel, Carolyn Miller, Cynthia Pickett-Stevenson, Robert Horton, thank you for being here today. Roxanne Newman and Reagan Gammon, thank you for joining us online. And finally, thank you to the Texan by Nature staff. You guys are amazing each and every day. I count myself lucky to learn from you and lucky to work alongside of you. Jenny Burden, Taylor Keys, Karina Arajo, Terry Pearsall, Orvi Donnie, Kinsey Cherniak, Caitlin Tran, Amy Snellgrove, who's here with us here in spirit, Danielle Blanco, Brandis Nelson, Carolyn Cooper, Estella Lopez, Madeline Coletta, and Kat McKeitron. Thank you guys so much for putting on a wonderful event today. So we want every person to engage in dialogue today, whether you're in person, and we'll have mics going around the room after each panel, or you're joining us virtually. For virtual attendees, please engage live on the YouTube stream. We'll be checking that for any questions or commentary and getting to you. But if you prefer, you can also email info@texanbynature.org. We'll be looking for those virtual questions throughout the day. So show of hands, how many of you have been to the summit before? Okay, so for the virtual audience, it was about 55% have been to the summit before. Welcome back to those that we do see annually, and welcome to all the new faces. We are so excited to have you. A few ground rules, the folks who have been here before know these, but a few for the new ones. Cell phones, silence them now, please, or even turn them off. We really want to set up the day for conversation, so go ahead, look at your phone, put it on silence, and get ready to learn from our panelists and to engage with other attendees. So the future of conservation. Future of conservation. This is a lofty theme for discussion that we set every single year. As an organization with a mission to advance conservation, this is actually something that we talk about on an ongoing basis internally at Texan by Nature. We talk about it in relation to all of our programs, and then we also put a lot of planning each year into the day that we're about to experience. We laser focus on the future. What topics, what examples, what speakers that we bring in today will lead to the greatest advancement of conservation and the brightest future. So we're incredibly excited, delighted, all of the superlatives to see where this day leads, and excited to have you here with us. But in preparation, last week, the Texan by Nature team went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. We were talking about walk-up songs. Everybody know what a walk-up song is? It's that song that plays when you go up to bat. Way to go, Rangers! Or when you walk up to something important, right? It's your theme song. It's your hype song. And the Texan team had some great, some questionable songs that came up as the choices for our walk-up songs. But one song kept really coming to mind for me. And it's not a theme song or a hype song, but it's a song that always comes to mind for me when I think about the future and when I think about impact, and a song that really just, it stays with you. So how many of you have seen the musical Rent? Okay, so at least half the audience. For those who have, I apologize, I'm a little bit sorry, because the song that's about to be stuck in your head is probably gonna be there all day. Sorry. But I do think it's appropriate for how we're thinking about the day, even though it's different than the context of the musical. In the production, there is a song that talks about measuring a year. 525,600 minutes. It's the amount of time in a year, and it talks about how will you measure it? What will you do with that? How will you make the most of that year? I saw that musical when I was 20 years old, aging myself a little bit, but the song has always stuck with me. What are we gonna do with the next year? What are we gonna do with the next 3 years? How am I gonna make a difference? What's gonna go on over the next decade? What are we gonna learn? What are we going to start, to finish, to replicate, to expand? What commitments are we going to make? I love the action of it. It's all about what are you going to do and how are you going to measure it? How are you going to measure it in that 500,000 plus minutes? So today we have the opportunity to learn about new practices and to meet new partners. We've put together a day based on what we've heard and what we've seen as the biggest needs and opportunities in conservation right now. We'll talk about reaching stakeholders effectively, applying practices and making decisions, measuring and reporting results, and above all, working together, being collaborative and achieving lofty results for conservation. So we'll talk about the intersection of ESG goals and conservation action, sustainability goals, however you want to label it, corporate sustainability goals and conservation, expectations of, what are future generations expecting, and expectations for future generations, population growth and impact. Our goals with the material shared today, we always sit down and we create a list. What do we want people to leave with today? And our goals today with this discussion, our hope for the next year, is that we leave here today and we work together. That's the overarching. That we seek, we understand, and we apply best practices. That we learn from those who are maybe a little bit ahead of us on the curve and we take that home and we apply it. And that when we find something that's working, we share it in a standard, metrics-based, repeatable way so that we're always building on one another for a future that is bright. So as you're sitting today, now that your phones are all silenced, I appreciate that, I want you to think about what you're going to take home. I want you to get in that mindset. What does conservation mean to you? What are you working on right now? What do you want to learn more about? What are your barriers? What are things that are difficult for you? I want you to think about who you're already partnering with and maybe how you could deepen that or make that more successful, and maybe people who you need to partner with moving forward. Think about what you're going to apply, and think about what are we going to do over the next year until we get back together again. So let's get started. Karina and our first panel speakers, if you could come up here.
From the mountains of West Texas to the playas, to the pine woods and everything in between, it's vital that all Texans are connected to the land. It's where our clean water comes from, where our food is grown, and it's where the iconic wildlife species of Texas call home.
But with population growth across the state, we've become more and more disconnected from the land that we cherish and depend on. If you don't understand something, it's hard to value it, and it's hard to take care of it. So at Texas Wildlife Association, we're trying to create connections to the land for Texans and help them understand the very important role that private landowners have in the health, abundance, and sustainability of those natural resources. .5% of Texas is privately owned. That means it can be a challenge to find a place to just go and hunt, go fish, go hiking. Texas Wildlife Association is a landowner and hunter advocacy organization. We were formed in 1985 to make sure that private landowners and hunters had a strong voice in the natural resource policy issues that affected them. Private landowners are the key to successful wildlife management, plain and simple. Without them, it just doesn't work. That's why building a statewide membership of engaged landowners is at the heart of what TWA does.
TWA understands that you can't just put a fishing pole in a kid's hand, plop him on the side of a pond, and expect him to become a conservationist. There has to be an educational component, and TWA is a master at that.
We strive to achieve our mission here at Texas Wildlife Association through a three-pronged approach: issues and advocacy, hunting recruitment and retention, and natural resource education. We'll take the Texas Youth Hunting Program, for example. In 2022, we were able to take over 1,200 kids on 225 different hunts around the state. And that doesn't happen by accident. It takes a lot of pieces coming together. Strong partners like our friends at Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. It takes an army of trained volunteers that we call hunt masters. And it also takes generous, dedicated landowners that are willing to open their gates to share their resources with a large group of Texas citizens.
Private property is not a bug, but a feature of why Texas has such abundant wildlife and diversity of wildlife. Picture a busload of children going on to a beautiful piece of property that has abundant wildlife, plants, and everything else, just a cornucopia of stuff. Something happens. It doesn't take that long, a few trips, where they all of a sudden, the perspective changes. There's a relationship that was built in that moment that will be with that child forever.
You see some really meaningful outcomes at these various events. Children, adults, they can find a place that's accessible to go hiking or fishing. It's things most Texans don't see in the middle of town, but it's things that you can see out on a well-managed piece of private property. And so those decisions that private landowners are making are affecting you and me all around the state, whether we know it or not. We feel that willingness to go engage in the outdoors will help them understand why it's so important to conserve wild things and wild places.
TWA wants to reach more people, more landowners. If you care about these things, partner with them on their program so that you can share with other people what you have.
The population in Texas is expected to go from 30 million to 50 million by 2050. The decisions we make now are going to be very important to the future of our state, and we need you involved here at TWA. All landowners, big, small, urban, rural, there's never been a better time to be connected, to be informed and understand the value of our land and the natural resources on it.
Hello, I'm Karina Araujo, Marketing Manager at Texan by Nature. For each panel today, the moderator will introduce all the panelists. They'll share their presentations in succession, and after the final speaker, we'll have time for a live Q&A from the audience. We'll take questions from our virtual audience as well, so if you're virtual, please submit your questions via info@texanbynature.org or on the YouTube stream. Google conservation, and you'll receive over 2 billion results in less than a second. Over 2 billion. We're living in an age of extreme information. According to a report by the University of California, San Diego, the average American consumes about 74 gigabytes of information every day. That's estimated to be the equivalent of 100,000 words heard or read every day, or about the equivalent of number of words on J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. It's a lot of words. It's hard to believe that each one of us consumes that much content each and every day. Even more, it's estimated that we're experiencing 5% growth on that content each and every day. Each and every year, I'm sorry, that would be a lot. So in a world where there's so much information right at our fingertips, and we're constantly bombarded with new information to consume and digest, how do we find the information that we're searching for? And how do we reach the audiences that we want to educate and engage? As Texas population grows, and the disconnect between urban dwelling and open spaces increases, what channels and methods will help us engage each person in conservation even though they may be more removed from nature than any previous generation. Our first panel will lay the foundation for today. George Washington Carver once said, "Education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom." And he was absolutely right. Education is also the key to conservation's future. And a critical part of that future is understanding how data and information overload shape our messaging moving forward. And how can we not only reach people, but provide education that leads to participation, to application of best practices, whether you're a leader in industry, a landowner, a community leader, an urban dweller, a suburbanite, or a combination of many of these. Today, we'll hear examples of education programs, community initiatives, corporate offerings, and their best practices in messaging, medium, and inspiring participation and leadership. During this session, we'll hear from Justin Dreibelbis, CEO of Texas Wildlife Association, Don Davies, Night Sky Program Manager at Hill Country Alliance, and Leticia Mendoza, Director of Marketing and Communications at Texas Disposal Systems. As a reminder, you can submit your questions via the YouTube stream or at info@texanbynature.org. So please join me in thanking these presenters as we start the panel. Justin?
Well, good morning. Thank you so much. Joni, you made me a little nervous with the walk-up song. I was wondering what you might have picked for me. First of all, thank you so much, Mrs. Bush, Joni, members of the board, for recognizing TWA for our work and for the opportunity to partner with Texan by Nature. We're very excited about it. It's been great so far, and looking forward to lots of other great things to come out of it. So TWA, as I mentioned in the video, was formed in 1985 by a couple of wildlife biologists and a private landowner that wanted to make sure that hunters and landowners had a strong voice on the policy issues that affected them in Austin. And so after a very successful first activity as a group, they formalized that partnership, and 38 years later, we're still operating under the same mission. Although our scope has expanded significantly, our mission's the same. And while it may be a little wordy, it's very accurate for the work that we do. So why do we do it? So we live in a private land state, 170 million acres of land mass, 95% privately owned. You break that out, remove the developed portions, and you've got about 83% of the state, 140 million acres. That's rural working land, private ranches, private farms, family forests, all those things where our food and fiber is grown, where our clean water is filtered, where millions of Texans go and recreate every year. It's crucially important to our economy, to our culture, so many things about what we all depend on as Texans. And so you break it down another step. You've got about 30 million people in the state. You heard in the video, there's estimates that say there could be 50 million people here in the state over the next 20 years. That's a big number. And we're already wondering where water's coming from, all those kind of things. And so it's very important that we make good, thoughtful decisions now for the future of our state. One step further, you've got that 141 million acres that's owned by about 250,000 individuals. That's less than 1% of the state population. The decisions they make are crucially important to all of us, and so TWA feels like that 1% needs to have a voice, and so that's one of the things that we do. At the end of the day, we're trying to make sure that we leave plenty of this and put as little of this in place as we possibly need to. When I drive through Gulfweight in November, I want to see this, and I don't want to see this. And so when we've got these goals in mind at TWA, we feel like we can accomplish those goals by creating connections to the land for Texans and helping them understand the crucial role that private landowners play in the health and sustainability of our natural resources. So here's our project with Conservation Wrangler, and it's probably a little different than most. We're a 38-year-old organization. It's been established for quite some time. So Joni asked me a very profound question when we sat down the first time. She said, do you have members because of your programs, or do you have programs because of your members? And the light bulb went off at that time. I was like, well, the answer is clear. We have programs because of our members. In 1985, we built a very core group of members, and as the organization matured, they realized that if they were proactive and went and started creating those connections for Texans, whether it be through some of our education programs or hunting programs or through our advocacy programs, that we're going to be better off in the long run. And so that's why these programs were started. And so we've built the infrastructure, and what we'd really like to do is strategically grow that membership, grow our partnerships with folks like yourself to get our programs out to more Texans. And so that's what we're ultimately trying to do, optimizing our organizational operations through understanding our membership better, through helping our staff understand exactly the role they play in the strategy of the organization as we try to accomplish our mission. And at the end of the day, more media visibility and marketing of our programs. And so here's one pretty quick, easy project that Amy was able to pump out for us. It's just a map of our membership, how we're scattered around the state. We have about 5,500 members that represent some of the largest landowners to folks that live in downtown Dallas that don't own any land, but they care about wild things and wild places, and if they care about that, then we want them as a TWA member. As I mentioned in the video, we have a three-legged stool at TWA, and I'll just kind of walk you through each one of them quickly and talk about impacts and then where we're hoping to head. So as I mentioned, issues and advocacy is what the organization was founded on. We advocate for policy that's landowner and hunter friendly. We feel that creating an environment where a landowner can do the things that we all depend on them for and make good ecological decisions on their property is in the best interest of all Texans. So we advocate for policy like the wildlife tax valuation from 1995. Texas Wildlife Association was very in the middle of that with a bunch of partners that helped us do it. And that is an example of landowner-friendly policy that helps keep families on the land, and we think that's a good thing. We work on water issues, right to hunt and fish, those kind of things, wildlife disease management, but we're going to focus primarily on the other two legs of our stool today. First and foremost is what we call conservation legacy. It's our natural resource education programs. We focus on youth and adults. We have a wide array of youth programs. And it all starts with a specially designed natural resource curriculum that TWA has been working on with our partners for a long time. We have ready-made lessons for teachers around the state to use, covering a wide array of natural resource topics. We have trunks with ready-made lessons that we ship in and out of the office every day that can be checked out for a couple of weeks at a time. We have conservation educators scattered around the state that go into classrooms and teach those lessons. We have distance learning. We have a quarterly publication we call Critter Connections. It's a youth wildlife natural resource magazine. And then we also have a program called Expeditions, where we have a family portion on private land. We also have a school student expeditions that's basically a series of natural resource education programs that culminates in a field trip on a working ranch. In our mind, that is the perfect learning environment to cut through all of the over information that we were just talking about and help those students understand and wrap their arms around the concepts they've been learning in their classroom. So adult education, we focus very heavily on landowner workshops, trying to get the most up-to-date quality land management information in the hands of landowners so they can make informed decisions. And the mantra of our leadership has always been yellow school buses on private land. And so that's really what we operate on through Conservation Legacy, is trying to create that connection to the land. And we've been very fortunate. I kind of flew through that last slide there, but we've, over the last 15 years, through our various programs, have been able to reach over 5 million Texans through various different programs. And The programs that take the most effort and the most time end up affecting the smallest number. It's just how it works. But at the end of the day, there's a place for each one of these types of education. So our Critter Connections publication, we've distributed over 2 million of them in the last 15 years. It's one of those things. It's a quick, easy item. It's not going to create a full-on conservation ambassador, but it's going to open the door, and we see some real value in that. And so we also have programs for them to take the next step and participate with the programs. So the last leg of our stool is our hunting heritage program. So a recent A&M study shows that just whitetail hunting in the state of Texas results in $4.3 billion of annual expenditures from hunters and landowners. It's an enormous economic driver, especially for rural Texas, and it's one that we believe is good for other species and good for our natural resources. And so some forward-thinking members back in the 80s put together some programs that, in our mind, recruit and retain that next generation of Texas hunter. The Texas Youth Hunting Program that I talked about in the video, just to give you an idea of impact, we had 230 hunts last year on private land, and this year we'll actually hit our 30,000 individual hunter mark. And it's a number we're very proud of, and again, these trips with a youth hunter and their guardian create another opportunity for a connection with the land and a connection with one another in nature. Texas Big Game Awards is another partnership with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department that was started in the early 90s. It's essentially a social support program for hunters where we reinforce positive first experience in the field for these youth hunters, create opportunities for hunters to stay engaged in the community. And we've recognized over 60,000 hunters and landowners for good habitat management and celebrating our hunting heritage since the early 90s. And the last but not least is our newest hunting outreach program called our Adult Learn to Hunt program. We've had this really large demand for adults that are interested in a program very similar to our Texas Youth Hunting program because there's a growing number of people that didn't grow up hunting. They're very interested in where their food's coming from, and what a better way to connect with the land than to have a safe, educational, ethical hunting experience. And so that's what we've been providing. We were able to start the program all the way last year, had 100 new participants, and the program is going very well. But again, it goes back to creating connections with the land, and that's what we're trying to do with all of our natural resource education and hunting programs. So in closing, ways to get involved. The fact that we're all here today, I feel like we're all on the same team, we're coming from different directions, and I think there's lots of opportunity to partner. You know, we're looking to grow our membership, to grow our impact. We're also looking to grow our partnerships to grow our impact, and we feel like we've got a substantial amount of infrastructure built on both of these programs that we think can really that we can really spread the word quickly if we all work together. And so I'd love to talk to folks that may be interested in partnering with us on some of these programs and just helping us spread the word about what we're doing. So that's really kind of what I would end with. Please reach out to us. We've got our Texas Wildlife Association crew right here in the middle. We've got our president, Jonathan Letts, and several of our staff members. So please look us up today. We'd love to visit with you, and thank you so much for having us.
Well, first I want to say thank you to Ms. Bush, to Joni, to the board, and especially to the staff of Texan by Nature, and particularly Kenzie, who's been working with us tirelessly on our Conservation Wrangler program for Hill Country Alliance. I want you to take a moment and think back to a point in your life where you recall being under starry skies. And I'm talking dark, starry skies, the type where you can make out too many stars to even really determine constellations, where you can see the Milky Way, and in some cases, maybe the Milky Way casts a shadow. I'm curious, how many of you have that memory, that recollection? For how many of you is it recent? For how many of you can you step off your porch or your back stoop and still see the Milky Way? So considerably less. Those numbers are pretty much on par with what we are seeing in the latest trends. Over 80% of our global population lives under light-polluted skies, and that's upwards of 90 to 99% just here in the state of Texas. And 1/3 of our global population lives where they cannot see the Milky Way. We're losing the night sky at upwards of a rate of 10% each year, whereas we formerly thought it was 2%. And it's not hard to see from these satellite images. In fact, when we get in closer to the state of Texas, you don't even have to work very hard to see the outlines of our cities. There's not much to guess there. I'd like to say the stars at night are clear and bright, but they are not. We estimate that roughly 35% of all outdoor exterior light is shining up into the night sky unnecessarily. This is costing us in the United States about $4.5 billion every year. Globally, $50 billion. And here in the state of Texas, over $350 million at least. It's roughly costing us in CO2 emissions upwards of 15 million tons per year. It's escalating the air pollution. It's an unnecessary waste. We find it's affecting our nocturnal pollinators. Most people think of pollination, they think of bees, which is very true, but actually nocturnal beetle pollination is responsible for over 80% of pollination of over 240,000 plant species worldwide. We've also found that over 21 endemic species are on the endangered species list just in the Hill Country, and all species, regardless of whether they can see, regardless of whether they are underground in caves, all species that live and breathe are affected by light pollution. We're finding it's impeding agriculture processes. We're finding plants are overproducing during photosynthesis, which is extending their cycles. We're finding that the plants react heavily to the lack of light and dark changes. In some cases, agriculture is affected upwards of 30 to 40% diminished yields over time. For most of us, we may have trouble sleeping, and for most of us, that's most likely, or at least partially due to light pollution. Even the littlest bit of light pollution has been known to affect melatonin production, which happens at night, therefore disrupting our circadian rhythms and increasing risk of cancer, obesity, and a various multitude of other illnesses and issues health-wise. We find it in cityscapes, light cluttering, light that is coming from street signs, from street lights, from buildings. We find it in light trespass. I'm sure at least some of you, if not a fair portion, have all had an instance where light from either a next-door neighbor or an outdoor street light has invaded your bedroom at night. And obviously light glare, which is one of the most dangerous forms of light pollution because it is at a risk to our safety. We're finding science is restricted. Most of you are probably familiar with Lights Out Texas and the protection of birds, particularly during peak spring and fall bird migration. But it is also hindering a lot of other scientific research, especially here in the state of Texas, a lot of work that's being done by astronomers, particularly at the McDonald Observatory. Tourism is threatened. In just the last 10 years or so, astrotourism has become a very popular term, and regardless, it's being threatened in our Hill Country, where so many people come to visit because of the heritage, because of the night skies. And it's causing a loss of inspiration. Just recently at a conference, I learned of a new term I was not familiar with, which is awe deprivation. We have lost the ability to be in awe of our night sky. So what are we doing about it? What's been done? So in 2014, Hill Country Alliance was founded on the principles of securing and maintaining and bringing together organizations in conservation for land protection, for water protection. Eventually, night sky preservation was added to that. Shortly after that, the Texas chapter of what was formerly called the International Dark Sky Association was formed, now Dark Sky International. And then over the course of the next 20 years, we saw increases in preservation around the Hill Country, international dark sky places being designated, groups forming, conferences being convened, the Texas Night Sky Festival, people coming together with the common goal, the common need to return to the night sky, to find what we had been losing and what we continue to lose. It's progressed rather rapidly over the years, but there's still a lot to be accomplished. There's still a lot just within our small neck of the woods of the Hill Country that we still need to protect, let alone the rest of the state of Texas. But we've done so with many partnerships, with many conservation organizations that are like-minded in our overall mission. And we've been tremendously successful, but there's still a lot of work to be done. So one of the areas that we are most prideful of, and rightfully so, are friends groups that have either formed independently through partner organizations such as Dark Sky Texas, or have had the support of Hill Country Alliance in being created. We currently have 15 throughout the Hill Country. We'll be adding one more at the end of the year. And over the next year, we expect to increase that with another 5 more, reaching upwards of 20 to 21 friends groups. These are all volunteers, individuals that are like-minded in our mission, and go out into the community to not only educate and provide outreach, but also work with their local government, with their local leadership to pass ordinances and bring, for lack of a better term, to light this issue. We have in the state of Texas 21 international dark sky places. We are actually the second state with the largest number, right behind Utah, and out of that, 13 of those dark sky places are here in the Hill Country. And we're fortunate that within the next 3 to 5 years, that number will more than double. We have 15 that are currently in the process of completing or undergoing the application process. We also work, as I said, with a lot of municipalities. We have passed ordinances and have helped to support communities that have. But if you take a look at this map, there's still a lot of the Hill Country area to assist in that process. Just recently, within the last year, the city of Kerrville has adopted their first outdoor lighting ordinance, and we've been successful in making change in the city of San Antonio to also improve lighting around the military bases, thus helping to further support the mission of the Camp Bullis Sentinel landscape. But again, there's still a lot to be done. So within our friends groups, they do outreach, they go to farmers markets, they hold events, they educate, they work very closely with their respective communities, with their adjacent friends groups, in all forms of education, not just in passing out pamphlets, but presenting and reading books. We work with children, with youth, with other groups such as Kiwanis clubs, Lions clubs, Texas Master Naturalists, pretty much anyone and everyone who's willing to listen to us about light pollution. And it has made great traction. We have seen the movement grow, but there is still a lot left to be accomplished. We found a lot of success in just one-on-one communication, talking with folks directly, hosting star parties that get people out under the night sky and understanding what it is that we're trying to protect while in the environment. So we've just finished the month of October, which is Hill Country Night Sky Month. We just had our 4th annual one, and this is an opportunity for our friends groups and our partners and those in the community to really leverage and build up the momentum around night sky preservation. Whether it's holding events, whether it's putting out press releases, news information, we have full moon howls, we have moonlight dancing under the stars, we even have communities that are undertaking candlelight dinners. And one of the things that's been tremendously beneficial in our partnership with Texan by Nature and the Conservation Wrangler program has been working to help build our message and build our brand to further the next 4, 8, 10, 12 years of Hill Country Night Sky Months. So what can you do? How can you take this information and move forward if you're not previously aware of light pollution or the issue? We have the 5 principles of responsible lighting, and it's very common sense sort of things, but a lot of lighting is out of sight, out of mind. So it's proper shielding, it's proper temperature, it's using the light only when is necessary. There's a lot of information out there. This is a really great diagram of what's acceptable and unacceptable lighting, and I do apologize. It's a bit of a curse and a blessing, because once you know what poor lighting looks like, you see it everywhere. Sorry, not sorry. So how are the ways you can help? Become a member of Dark Sky International. Become a member of Dark Sky Texas. Visit our dark sky places. Support them. Find ways to become an advocate for night sky preservation in your community. Reach out to folks like us at Hill Country Alliance, or go to our website where you can learn about how to be a part of the movement, where you can learn about ordinances in your area, where you can learn about friends groups you can particularly join, where you can learn pretty much as much information as we can provide for you, including types of lighting that you could utilize in your own home, in your own space. So as I said, we have 15 friends groups. They're all over the Hill Country. I encourage you to seek them out if they are in your area. If you're ambitious, you can form one yourself, and we are always here to help, along with our other partners as well. But really what it comes down to is, as was said by a former head of Dark Sky International, Ken Katner, that the Texas Hill Country is one of the fastest growing regions for night sky preservation. But light pollution, to many, is still a very new terminology. It's still a very new concept. But it is no less important and no less dire a situation than air pollution and water pollution and land pollution. And it's at the same level of risk. So we need to do everything we can. We need to communicate with everybody we can to preserve the natural heritage and the pristine night skies that we have in this hill country, and try to reclaim those that we've lost. Try to continue to be on the edge of night and push that line further and further away, so we can appreciate and we can have more recent memories of the night sky and the stars above. Thank you so much to the Texan by Nature program for Conservation Wrangler, because without them, we would not be making the quick advances that we are in night sky preservation, in the work, in communicating this to our general area, and now to you folks as well. I guess I just want to end that, anyone can be a steward of the night sky, and anyone can participate and be as active as they want to be. We just hope that you will consider turning off your light and turning on the night. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Good morning. My name is Leticia Mendoza. I am the Director of Marketing and Communications for Texas Disposal Systems, and I am so honored and privileged to be here with all of you, business owners, community leaders, my fellow panelists, Joni, the Texan by Nature team, and especially Mrs. Laura Bush. Thank you so much. I'm going to be talking a little bit about how Texas Disposal System is making a difference, and sharing 3 examples of how we are doing that in our community, how we are empowering our community through education, engagement, and putting that into action. So if you don't know who Texas Disposal Systems, let me enlighten you. We are located in Creedmoor, Texas, that is just south of Austin, Texas. We were founded in 1977 by 1 employee and 1 truck. We operate out of 2,300 acres, and we are the first fully integrated facility of its kind in the state of Texas, permitted for solid waste disposal, recycling operations, and compost production. So one of the things that I've learned by being with TDS is that not a lot of people think about where does their waste go. You think about where you're going to go shopping for groceries, you think about where you're going to send your kids to school, but not often are you thinking about how am I going to take care of the environment. Well, maybe the people in this group do, but in general, no. So that poses a challenge. You know, we operate out of 92 counties in Texas, mostly in Central Texas, but how are we connecting with our youth, with our adults, and also with our community? And so these examples that I'll be sharing here with you today is how we are doing that. And I'm going to use the example of where we work, where we live, and where we play. So our TDS Eco Academy, we launched this in 2017, and it was a program designed to help minimize waste and the impact in our schools. We started this program to really connect with the schools and make sure not only did we didn't want to just be a service hauler to the schools, but really create a connection to them and be a partner in the schools. We enlisted the help of curriculum specialists to help us create TxN-aligned curriculum that would be meaningful for the teachers and staff and leadership to adopt into their practices, not just from a service level, but also from an education and training. We are proud that we have 14 school districts. That's 324 campuses and 246,000 students that we service every single day throughout the year in the state of Texas. So how do we do that? Because we had some lofty goals. We wanted to be an education resource for students, teachers, and educators. We wanted to support our education in local communities by teaching, while teaching these future generations about responsible environmental stewardship and engaging them, but also showing TDS as the primary source and an industry leader in resource management. So I talked about a little bit engaging a curriculum specialist because I'm married to a teacher, so I know what they're looking for, but I'm not an expert in that. So we really enlisted the help of curriculum specialists to really help us understand and do focus groups with teachers. How can we get you to engage this curriculum? What is going to make it easy for you? We heard loud and clear, it needs to be TEKS aligned and it must be bilingual, not only for the teachers and the students, but also for the staff who is working in our school cafeterias and around campus. We also created classroom posters to create what we're doing in the cafeterias to also connect it with what we're doing inside of the classrooms. Here's that cafeteria example of how we're doing lunchroom bin decals and signage. We also train the staff from the custodians to the cafeteria, and on occasion we are invited by the schools to visit with the students and do a 5-minute break challenge to really assess their diversion knowledge. But lastly, one of the biggest things that we heard from all of our school districts that would really set us apart in this space is how are we creating monthly diversion reports that they can see true change that they are doing. And so we invested as a company in our trucks that no other hauler that we know of in our region. We invested in putting weights so that we could truly go out there and lift the carts and really get a true knowledge of where we're diverting from them. This also helped us when we're doing audits to be able to teach the schools about who's doing great in their school district and who has some opportunities so that they can learn from one another. And of course, every program has its challenges. For us, knowing that we have 14 school districts, I will tell you, nowhere across the board is procurement the same. So not only are we creating curriculum and signage that is specific to each school district, but we're really trying to work with them and advising and consulting these school districts about getting on the same playing field so that they are truly doing more diversion and creating smaller opportunities for what goes into the landfill. By doing some audits, by also looking at what the school districts are receiving in their waste, also looking at awareness and adoption from the custodial team, faculty, staff, and especially leadership so that they get behind why are we doing this. We do on-site training and of course looking at how do we get teachers to integrate this curriculum into what's already a really jam-packed year for them. So that's on the work. Now, where do we live? How do we engage with our residents? I talked about us having 92 different counties that we work with. Each city has their own guidelines, and we're working within that and consulting them. But we wanted to really look at how do we engage with our community. So we invested in 2018 to launch the TxN Waste Wizard app. What does this do? We wanted to make sure that it was user-focused, data-driven, it would change behavior, and also build trust that what we are telling them is what is happening in their community and how they can be involved in creating change. Because we all know in this room that recycling is really complicated. Not many people have seen what a MRF or their operations look like. And if you're ever in Central Texas, I invite you to look me up, and I'm happy to take you on a tour because you will be awed. We also know, with recycling being so complicated, that when we're trying to aim for zero contamination, that is asking our residents to be able to learn hundreds, maybe even thousands of items on how to do that. It's complicated. They don't necessarily know, but people generally want to do the right thing. And so we wanted to put it at their fingertips, how they can do that right thing. So we invested in this app to be able to help them search for those items that are commonly mistaken. Why? Because when they're searching Google, looking for how do I dispose of X, we know that this could lead to more phone calls that we have to man. This also means that they're leading to more persistent mistakes and wish cycling because, again, they want to do the right thing but don't know how to do that, which then ends up resulting in contamination and losing an engagement opportunity with them. So we wanted to gamify it too because learning is fun and adults can also learn. And so our EcoSort game really looks at challenges and what's happening in their community. And if I'm, more than anything, I'm shocked that people are really engaging with this app and playing for over 7 minutes. So, and I only took, and this might be a slide that's a little harder to read, but I wanted just to crop and highlight the top 5 items that when people are playing this game, what are we learning on the back end from it? We are looking at what are the most commonly mistaken items that they are looking for. So if you see here, you see concrete, soiled pizza boxes, coffee cups, mattresses. And so what do we do with that? We want to continue further educating you, which through the app, we're able to push communication. We're able to give you educational tips, use our social media and our blogs to be able to engage with our community about the questions that they have right now. So I'm sharing this with you too about our total estimated diversion. I wanted to be able to prove a case study to my leadership team that this app that we invested in, that is free for all of our residents to use, how is it working? And while this is looking at the entire company across the board, I think there's correlation to looking at that. If you can see, we launched in 2018, we were about 320,000 in total tons diverted. And if you fast forward to the end of 2021, we're at 441,000 tons diverted from our landfill. Thank you. So now we look at where do we play? Where do we engage with the broader community? Maybe you're not a TDS customer, but one day you as a youth, you become a resident. You become a resident in our community and you become a homeowner. You're also a business person and you're working, but then you're also going to be enjoying life and working in the community. So how are we creating this full circle approach where it becomes second nature for you so that we stop the wish cycling, but we continue to do the right thing? How do we continue to educate our community? So we look for partnerships, and I'm using Austin FC as our newest and most proudest partnership that we have, where we are the official waste and recycling partner on how we engage and educate the community there and our fans. We do that through on-site activations. We also have what we call eco stations. You probably saw, and I'll go back. We have a three-stream system. And if you can tell, the landfill bin is a lot smaller. Why? We're doing that on purpose. We want to show you that we do not want more landfill in there. Instead, we want to be doing more diversion in composting and recycling. And we follow the Disney model. Every 30 feet, you will find one of these eco stations. We want to make it convenient for you to help us recycle and compost. We also have what we call our TDS employees. We're affectionately known as trash goalies at these games. That's right, and we even wear gloves. We engage with the fans. We celebrate when they're doing things right, and then we also use that opportunity to say, oh, you want to put it in this one, and it creates this conversation with them where it's very gentle, but it's also a lot of fun. And when they ask us, what are you doing? We're decked out in our trash goalies. We're like, we're helping, divert the waste. We also host a sustainability breakfast where we're able to engage with our business owners, sponsors, and we can talk about and celebrate the big wins that Austin FC is doing and how we can do that together. And more importantly, as sponsors or business owners, how can they become more involved to help Austin FC further their mission and goals? We also look at how we're doing diversion reporting. Again, we invested in the weights in our trucks. It was really important to Austin FC to show true measure, not only to their fans, but also the city of Austin, who has a zero waste goal by 2040. And then on the back side, the things that you don't see is our employee training, making sure that they're also aware, that they're also helping on the back end, and that they understand the why that we're doing on the front end is also happening on the back end. So here's some really great performance metrics. The average game diversion for Austin FC is 76%. When we have trash goalies present at the games, their highest game diversion has been 91%. So we know engagement and education works. In 2023, we diverted 191 tons. And then a great partnership with Yeti, they chose to bring in 3 cisterns located with water across the stadium, where they allow fans to bring in their own reusable Yeti cups or Yeti bottles, or any bottle, honestly. And Austin FC made the really tough choice of taking an economic impact by selling less water bottles and allowing people to bring in their water bottles. And with that choice that they made there, they were able to avert 59,000 water bottles from the waste stream. So we want people to be involved, we want the fans to know what's going on, and we want to be transparent about what is happening. And so located along the stadium, and one thing that we really promote is, following our QR code, which you're welcome to do that. They host 17 games and about 5 friendlies throughout the year that we continue to do the same actions that we're doing. So we are engaging with not only fans that belong here in Austin, but also educating fans that are coming and visiting Austin. So I leave you with, what are we going to do, right? Why all of this? I believe that everyone here in this room wants to do the right thing as well. And together we can continue to build a more sustainable future. We have an opportunity here where there are business owners, leaders, community stakeholders, individuals who definitely want to do the right thing and work together. Let's use the network that we have to amplify the programs that my fellow panelists are doing and with TDS, and do it bigger for Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin, Dawn, and Leticia. We have time for a few questions from the audience. And if you're virtual, you can submit them via the YouTube stream or info@TxNByNature.org. Oh, they'll give you the mic. Oh.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm a resident of New Braunfels. I don't know if you cover us.
We don't. The city of New Braunfels has their own trucking fleet, but we want you.
Well, I want one of those composting bins because we don't have one of those, so we throw like our pizza boxes into the trash bin, and over time I've reduced the trash. I mean, we don't have as much trash. We don't need these giant bins.
Right.
But when I go out and cut the citrus in the backyard with all those thorns, I'd love to have a giant bin just to cut it in. So I guess we need to talk to the city of New Braunfels, right?
Yes. And we're happy to come and talk to them too. I know that we've had conversations with the city of New Braunfels. We've even tried to at least come in from a commercial standpoint, because we know change can be hard, especially with the growth that is happening in New Braunfels. But we want to make it easier for them. And again, we want to be a partner. And as we're creeping through, I mean, we're partners with everyone from Creedmoor, where then we're going to Buda, Kyle, San Marcos, Let's get New Braunfels and then connect the dots between what we already do in San Antonio.
I think what you're doing is fantastic. And
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would add that the TWA office is in New Braunfels, and we need some trash goalies.
Yes.
Love that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, thank you so much for all of your presentations. Leticia, I love that you laid out the ways and the strategies that you go and making things accessible. And so my question is, how do you go with everyone in the panelists? How do you go about making sure all programs are accessible for everyone and making sure there's limited barriers for people either in urbanized areas or maybe that don't have traditionally knowledge of dark skies or hunting or what conservation is?
If you'd like to start, Justin, and then we can go down the line.
Sure. I would say that that's, on the forefront of our mind all the time is trying to make it as accessible as possible. I think our conservation education program and trying to go to the schools, I think is one of those ways to let people know, let kids know that, hey, this is important information for you. Everybody needs to understand it, and we all have a part to play in helping manage our natural resources. On the hunting outreach programs, it's a matter of just trying to get the word out. First-time participants in our programs are always taken first, and so it really is. It's fully accessible. It's just a matter of getting the word out and letting people know that.
Yeah, similar to what Justin said, it is a challenge. We're very fortunate to have a fair bit of documentation that comes from Dark Sky International that's translated into 3 other languages. We're working to do the same in translation of a lot of our night sky information with Hill Country Alliance into Spanish from a very first beginning phase. But a lot of it is really dependent on our friends groups and our volunteers. They know their community best. They know the people that live there, and they do a tremendous job in getting to the corners of their cities and their communities that are not as heavily reached. We work with other organizations where we try to bring equity and inclusion into night sky preservation and just ensure that nobody is left out of the conversation, is left out of opportunity to observe the night sky and find a way to help us defend it.
And I used our 2 examples with the schools and our community partnerships, but I think that's an opportunity that we use. I only used Austin SD as an example, but we really look at what community festivals are going on, what larger partnerships can we have where there are tons of people. So at Austin SC, they have a stadium for 23,000 people. Texas, DKR at UT, which we're also a sponsor of, they have over 100,000 seats, and so we know that we're getting that many people that we can impact with. And so we use those opportunities to not only do their services so that we can connect the dots between the brand and the service that we're doing, but also doing the right thing in the community. We are taking those opportunities to tell them who we are and what we're trying to do and how they can also get engaged. And one of those ways that we do it is we do a newsletter. And our newsletter isn't necessarily talking everything about this is how great TDS is, but more about what's in it for you, right? What do you need to learn and how you can connect us? And then maybe add in there how we can help you with that further. But more than anything, we just want to connect so that people have the information at their fingertips and we're reaching them whether we're in person, through email, through an app, or in your schools.
Rick Archer with Overland. We are working with a client that is major restaurant, F&B, and they are composting everything, they're recycling, but there seems to be a missing piece in the waste management stream, which is what do we do with food waste? And so we've got this ecosystem where they're existing almost like a hothouse plant without any place to take that. Can you talk about what's being done about food waste in the state and how we might be able to connect with a larger ecosystem?
I'll take that.
Yeah, Leticia, that one's for you.
I can't speak to the whole state of Texas, but I can speak about what we're doing at TDS out of our operations. We definitely do take food waste. I'll use Austin as an example. Austin has a URO, Universal Recycling Ordinance, where food waste is very much a part of that plan. Of course, we would love to be able to take more food waste because we also have our retail arm, Gardenville, where we sell mulch, soils, compost that we generate out of the food waste that we are picking up from our schools and our commercial businesses, including restaurants. But I think one of the things that the URO in Austin is really calling for is that restaurants, and specifically, are looking at what their waste generating looks like so that they can adjust their plans, so that they do still need to have some sort of composting plan for their waste, but what are they doing to reduce the amount that they are also putting in there?
Yeah, we're definitely doing that, but the problem is we have a really vast ecosystem that creates a slurry out of food waste and it gets recycled, but there's no one that wants it.
We want it.
All right, we're in San Antonio, we're going to connect.
Yes, please.
Yes, I have a conundrum. I'm kind of I recycle everything, and my kids are always on me because I'm extreme. But I'm very worried because you hear about that island as big as Texas in the Pacific that's nothing but plastics. And I always hear, oh, you're recycling, but it's going to end up in the ocean. And I know we used to give a lot of our recyclables to underdeveloped countries that would just dump it in the ocean. And you see these beaches that are solid plastics that are a horror. And I just want to know what happens to what I'm recycling. I recycle everything. Is it ending up in the ocean, or is it truly getting recycled in this country?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a challenge that a lot of people are asking themselves as well. At TDS, we take a lot of pride in being transparent in our operations. Everything that comes through our facility, through our MRF, gets recycled. And more importantly, we do not want to send it overseas. It is all done here domestically, and we will hold it. We have 2,300 acres where we can do that. So you might come to our facility and do a tour and say, what are these stacked bales doing here? We're waiting for the commodity market to adjust so that we can sell it at the right price, because it's still a business, but we want to do the right thing and keep it here. We don't want recycling that ends up going overseas so that it becomes a little McDonald's toy, and then we throw it back into recycling and it goes back to the other country to come back. That's not recycling. So we do not send it to the ocean. We're very conscious about who we sell to as well, and I think that that's really important. I know that there's other leaders here, I'll use Coca-Cola as an example, who's really looking and being very specific about who they're working with as an end user who's going to recycle that product and how it comes back into our community.
So just to expand on that, so I live in San Antonio. We have all the bins. So are you all active in San Antonio? Do my recyclables go to you guys? Or I wonder where it goes.
We get 30% of San Antonio's waste stream. Yes.
And I think I have one more question, and we'll do 1 minute for each panelist. But we'd like to know, what's one thing that you recommend attendees take home to try in education and outreach and decision-making for conservation?
I guess I would say that I learned very early in my career to surround myself with smart people, smart, like-minded people, and not really worry about who's getting the credit, because if you're working towards the same goal, there's going to be plenty to go around. And so I would just say I'm very excited about all the people in this room, very diverse interests. And I think just educating our next generation of Texans about the value of our natural resources is going to make them make better decisions when they turn on the tap, when they go to the voting booth, all those things. And so I'm just excited to build on those partnerships.
Very similarly, education. For most of us, we live in homes that have a multitude of exterior lights that often we turn on when we leave our house and we turn on when we go to sleep, but it's out of sight, out of mind. We're never around them. So there might be lights already that you're aware of in your home that might need to be replaced or changed out. So first, very root, it's, walking the walk and talking the talk and taking the time to see what your relationship is with the night sky and communicating it very much with youth. I find that there's nothing more compelling than a child who is interested in a subject and won't stop talking about it. So really, if we can get the education to our children, if we can have the conversation with our neighbors, even if it's just in passing, it plants that seed and it grows.
I would echo everything that they do say here, but also building those partnerships. Dawn talked about, who's walking the talk, right? There's a lot of us here in this room who really care. So what are we doing, right? Looking at who's sponsoring, who's in the community doing what they're doing. This is not a competition. This should be more about collaboration and empowering each other to do better together.
Thank you again, Justin, Dawn, and Leticia. Kenzie, Laura, Ashley, and Jesse, if you'd like to come up.
Caddo Lake's not exactly the lake everybody thinks about. It's more of a wetland system. Small rivers, bayous, flooded forest, bottomland forest, and some open lake.
Everybody that lives around Caddo Lake is in love with Caddo Lake. It's a very special place, a very spiritual place, a very welcoming place, even though it's very mysterious and almost scary to some, I think. But it has this draw to it that people want to see more and more and more of Caddo.
Morning. People do love this lake. They love it. Caddo Lake and its diverse ecosystem face a number of threats, some of it from water quality and pollution, lots of invasive species that are threatening the lake, and a lack of clean water flows. In Texas, almost every body of water is managed by state, local, and federal agencies, but that's not the case for Caddo Lake. There's got to be somebody who's always looking out for what matters most to Caddo. That's why the Caddo Lake Institute is so important. The Caddo Lake Institute is the only group that's solely focused on the health of Caddo Lake. We want to put solutions in place that help the Caddo Lake ecosystem. CLI is the glue to bring together the local landowners with the scientists and the government agencies. Bringing people together and then implementing the best science-based conservation practices, that's what it's all about.
We worked so independently for so long. Just a little group of people working together because we love the lake. One time they wanted to build a canal through it, and of course we've had lots of invasive species. Any problem that comes up, we're like little Caddo warriors, I guess. We knew we had something wonderful, we knew we had something fine, but we didn't have much science to back us up. So that, I think, is the key thing to Caddo Lake Institute, is they've brought us knowledge.
The Caddo Lake Institute is always monitoring the health of the lake, and so we have 30 years of water quality data that's gathered at least every season, along with forest health data and fish data. When we first started, there were serious water quality issues at this lake that were almost to the edge of being able to sustain life. We needed more fresh water into the system, but we needed it at the right time. We worked with the Nature Conservancy, the Northeast Texas Municipal Water District, and the Corps of Engineers to target all the processes Mother Nature would have done on her own. Our partners started releasing water a decade ago, and we are seeing significant improvement. Water quality has improved across all measures, the forest is responding well, and we're able to restore the paddlefish. The paddlefish is a prehistoric fish. It's 50 million years older than the dinosaurs. The releases of water from upstream are allowing us to bring them back, and we are so thrilled that we are restoring their populations here. The model here at Caddo of bringing together locals along with scientists and government agencies has really worked for Caddo and can work elsewhere. This is not a case of either or. This is a case of balancing the needs of people, industry, and Mother Nature. We're just trying to make sure the environment gets her fair share.
People ask me all the time, has Caddo Lake changed? Well, yes, the shoreline has changed. We have marinas, we have eateries. We need those dollars to exist. But when Caddo Lake is healthy, business is good. And thanks to the Institute, the lake looks better than it's looked in years. Caddo Lake has the same beauty that I remember as a child, that my parents knew as a child, and that's why they fell in love with it. We have to keep it that way. Our parents, our grandparents did it for us. We're here to love it like they did.
Wow, these videos always inspire me. Conservation partners, you are doing amazing work. I'm Kinsey Cherniak, Program Manager at Texan by Nature, and I'm excited to dive into our second panel of the day and a critical component of the future of conservation, conservation communication, measurement, and reporting. Texan by Nature works with over 145 conservation NGOs through our Conservation Partner Program. Through this, our accelerator work, and our industry membership conversations, we often hear about disconnects between project vision, intended project impact, measured project impact, project funding opportunities, and final project reporting. Part of this disconnect comes from lack of standard vocabulary and frameworks between funders and conservation groups. Part comes from historical reticence to fund projects fully, including baseline data, monitoring, and messaging, the non-dirt moving aspects of conservation, if you will. But it's interesting, because the need to measure and communicate in a standard way is as old as time itself. Some of the first mathematical tools that humans developed were to help them measure. They had to measure the passing of time, find ways to divide up pieces of land, and help develop a system to keep track of goods ownership. Fast forward to 2023, and science-based standard communication is the cornerstone of accounting and trade. It's also a unifying foundation at the intersection of conservation and industry. Rising interest in ecosystem service valuation and crediting, the use of local conservation efforts to achieve global sustainability strategies, and exploration of new partnerships all rely on clear communication of goals, conservation practices, and impacts to create new opportunities. This panel will explore best practices in ecosystem impact measurement, conservation prioritization, project funding, and project reporting. You will hear lessons learned from landscape-scale conservation efforts, investment strategies, and energy production. Today, I'm thrilled to have Laura Ashley Overdyke, Executive Director of Caddo Lake Institute, Dr. Daniel Willard, Regional Biodiversity Specialist, Orsted, and Jesse Herford, Head of Strategic Partnerships and Stakeholder Engagement, North American Development Bank. So similar to our first panel, you'll hear each presentation in succession, and then we'll join the speakers for a live Q&A after all presentations are complete. For our virtual attendees, submit questions anytime on our YouTube or info@texanbynature.org. Please thank me in presenting and welcoming these presenters. Laura Ashley.
I'm so glad we all got to go to Caddo Lake together for just a little bit this morning. It feels like a totally different world, and it's only 2 hours away from here, which is kind of amazing. What would you do if you were tasked with conserving Texas's only natural lake, the largest bald cypress forest in the world? If you needed to look out for 973 species across 40,000 acres, how would you protect what U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service calls Priority 1 habitat, the only wetland in Texas that the UN has recognized as irreplaceable? Now, although Caddo is one of our last wild places, as you saw, lots of people live there. It's a very well-loved place. And even though we have some virgin hardwood forests that are virtually untouched and are called some of the best of what's left in the whole country, it's obviously a place that is not untouched by man. It has long been a favorite of fishermen, hunters, and boaters, and we have a very rich and proud history. Caddo was the first place in the world oil was ever drilled for offshore. And lots of big oil companies got their start right there in Caddo Lake. But its iconic place in our history goes back much further than that. So the name, Caddo, it's named for the Caddo Nation of Native Americans, and they're known for being so diplomatic and peaceful that whenever they met newcomers, they would say, "Tejas, Tejas," meaning friend, which became Tejas, which became Texas. We have 13 vulnerable species found at our ecosystem, and it can be tempting to start to try to save each one of them individually. Although I don't know how successful I would be at raising money to protect the alligator snapping turtle. Once he snaps onto your finger, he is not gonna let go. So we decided rather than get drawn into chasing grant dollars or one species at a time, we needed to really step back and look at the landscape as a whole, because it's forest, it's bayou, it's seasonally flooded swamp, it's open lake, it's a lot of different types of habitat. And we needed to think of the one thing that would really help everything. So that one thing is water, but water at the right time in the right amount. And that's what we call environmental flows. So here you see Caddo circled, and all the water's flowing from west to east from Texas. And our big tributary, Big Cypress Bayou, you see 2 reservoirs. So if it's, as all Texas school children learn, the only naturally formed lake in Texas, then these other lakes you see off to the west are reservoirs. Lake of the Pines is the biggest one, and that was completed in 1959 in response to a lot of floods that had happened in that area. And so once that dam went in, the flooding was greatly, greatly improved. The downstream habitat began to see some changes. Trees began to die off, the water quality went down, fish that had been there died out, and so we started to see a lack of natural rhythms. And that's because Mother Nature has variability and seasonality for a reason. There are high pulses of water in the springtime that tell some fish it's time to spawn and scour the bottom and bring lots of fresh water into our system. There are drier times in the summer that allow new cypress trees to grow and hopefully strand some invasive species. And so how could we mimic Mother Nature? How could we go about trying to return some variability using the existing infrastructure, using that existing dam? Well, we took a decade of doing a lot of baseline studies with universities, with different branches of government, and getting a lot of good data and meeting regularly. We had hundreds of scientists from across all different realms and private practice come together and do lots of baseline studies and talk to one another to establish what would these prescriptions of flows look like to restore the whole habitat. After about a decade, we worked with the Corps of Engineers to validate all of these ideas and releases that we had in mind. And then in 2018, the Corps of Engineers added these prescriptions of flows that would heal the downstream habitat into the operations manual at Lake of the Pines. So it's in the operations manual now, and that is a big success story for us and has made us one of the top 3 success stories of the Nature Conservancy. So navigating work with the Corps of Engineers is not simple, and it's not quick. And so what did we needed? A friend, we needed a partner, we needed a teammate. Enter the Nature Conservancy, thank you very much. You had a great framework for how to work with the Corps of Engineers called the Sustainable Rivers Program. We are one of their top 3 successes, but now they have more people trying to engage in that program than they have available funds, so it's spread rapidly. But another critical partner in all of this is the Northeast Texas Municipal Water District, because their member cities use the water in that reservoir for water supply. And they really are top in their class, incredibly innovative in seeing ways to balance the needs of industry, municipalities, and Mother Nature. And I'm really grateful to have the head of Northeast Texas Municipal Water District with us today. I see Wayne Owen. Thank you, Wayne. We could not have done it without our partners. So how are we going to know if this is working? What do we measure to see if this whole prescription has been successful? Well, we would expect to see that water quality would improve. We would expect to see the forests around the bayous get healthier. We would expect to see some fish that were there return. So we wanted to use data from our partners. We didn't need to recreate the wheel. So we looked at each of our partners to find the data they were already collecting to apply to our project. And we only hired our own scientists and our own experts whenever there was a gap in that information. So you saw a guy in an orange outfit out in the woods. He spends about 2 weeks every August, I don't know why he has to pick August in East Texas, to work from dawn to dusk, counting literally every shrub, every tree, across hundreds of plots, of study plots, and compiling all of that data to see how the forest is doing. We have a chemist who's collected water quality for us for 30 years, and so we could see what was happening there. And so we took all of this data and we put it into some sophisticated models at the Corps of Engineers to tell us that our project really is working. And those are a few of our big milestones. But I'll have to say, a lot of this is highly technical. If it's not technical enough for you, I brought a chapter from a fisheries biology book that has a lot of information I'm happy to share with you. But for a lot of people, it's highly technical. And so we have our poster child, the paddlefish, which is 50 million years older than the dinosaurs, our continent's oldest surviving species. Maybe not that one exactly, but you get the picture. And it's kind of like our canary in the coal mine. So we can judge if we're releasing enough water in the springtime and if we're scouring the bottom, if these can reproduce in the wild. Now it takes about 7 years for them to reach sexual maturity, and so this coming spring would be the first year we could even expect for them to start reproducing on their own. But we have scientists already figuring out how to monitor those gravel beds and how to prove with DNA that they were born in the wild. After about 7 long years of waiting, my entire time with the Institute, I'm not taking any chances. I'm going to be out there on the shores of the bayou with a little Marvin Gaye, some wine, and if that doesn't work, y'all are coming with me, bringing some Tito's and some Willie, and we'll see if we can get the show on the road. So, to sum it up, we had to step back and look at the whole big picture landscape level to find the one thing that mattered to all of us. to work together with as many partners as we could find who shared our same values, to use existing data and only create data where we had to, and then to find something that would help us communicate that to the public. It does take a lot of perseverance and funders who understand that perseverance, which is a little bit of a challenge. We've made a lot of progress, and looking toward the future, we want to make sure we don't lose this progress. So the future is going to mean a lot more pressure on our water systems, a lot more pressure on water supply, and more erratic climate, where we expect to see big droughts and big floods. So we have to make sure that we continue to balance the needs of all these people and our wild places so that we can have them for generations to come. We need you all to come up with major innovations to reduce water usage at every level, in your homes, in buildings, in industry, in infrastructure, to reduce those pressures on water. And at the Institute, I could use some innovation in how to monitor and do some remote sensing, so maybe Tom doesn't have to camp out for 2 weeks in August in the forest. And finally, although the golden rule in climate science is keep healthy systems healthy because they already hold a lot of carbon, we need to help evolve the markets and the system to better incentivize maintenance, to better incentivize keeping healthy systems healthy. So I would also, of course, be honored to have your philanthropy and to join with you in that way. I thank you so much to all of you for being here today, and especially to Mrs. Bush, who recognized that the big power and innovation of Texas companies needed to be put together with the passion and dedication of conservation nonprofits. So I hope this is just the start of a great conversation about all the good work we can do together. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, good morning. I'd like to first say thanks to Texas by Nature, and thank you to Ms. Bush for having me speak today. My name is Daniel Willard, and I lead biodiversity initiatives for the onshore or land-based team at Ørsted. Ørsted's a Danish company with a funny name. I'll give some context on what we do. We are a global renewable energy leader. We develop, build, and operate renewable energy projects, including offshore and onshore wind, solar farms, energy storage, renewable hydrogen, and bioenergy plants. We are based in Denmark. We have projects spanning the globe, but I work with our team in Austin, Texas. Here in the US, we have a growing portfolio of renewable energy assets with 5 gigawatts of offshore wind in development on the East Coast, and then 5 gigawatts of onshore wind and solar already in operations and construction, and most of that's built here in Texas. To put that in context, I said 5 gigawatts, that's about enough power to power 4 million homes. And while Texas is just one state in the company's international portfolio, I like to tell my colleagues that this one state has a footprint that accounts for not just Denmark, but also really also most of Europe. So there's a lot of work to do here at home. There we go. So I said much of our onshore infrastructure is based in Texas, where I live, but we have projects now reaching the different areas up the Great Plains to the Dakotas, the Midwest, and across the US. My work with the company is leading our work in biodiversity around our land-based projects in the US. And that includes driving the work that we do to protect and restore natural habitats, and then to scientifically validate the success of that work. That involves measurement and reporting of the biodiversity impact and other ecosystem services around our projects. Ørsted has made a commitment that we will achieve net positive biodiversity impact in all of our new renewable projects commissioned from 2030. And what I mean by net positive impact is measurable impact that not only balances but also outweighs any potential negative impacts from the energy projects that we build on local ecosystems. So in the meantime, in advance of 2030, we're working through several initiatives to work through what we see as 3 key challenges to meeting that 2030 ambition. That's creating a toolbox of actions that can lead to measurable biodiversity outcomes. And in my work, again, these have been focused in Texas, where we have the largest footprint. Second is developing a measurement framework for biodiversity. And then third, promoting a shared global understanding of the challenges and lessons learned in our work. With respect to measurement, well, first, it's an enhancement of work that we're already doing to protect wildlife and sensitive habitats. And that includes using the so-called mitigation hierarchy. And that means making decisions first to avoid impacts, second, minimize them the best you can, and then third, restore any impacts that are unavoidable. We also go well beyond our permitting requirements with routine baseline and post-construction environmental surveys for things like raptor nests, prairie grouse, acoustic monitoring for bats, and so on. What's new in this work, what I'm focused on, is defining priority biodiversity features for each project. And that might be some priority species or some intact natural habitat of interest. We're working to quantify the extent and the condition of these habitats, and then select actions that would have a measurable impact, and importantly, would really be responsive to change, responsive to our interventions on a reasonable timeline. So wherever we're working, we can score the habitat based on its condition relative to its natural state. And that could be based on different attributes like how intact is that habitat, or how connected is it to natural habitat across the space. The presence of key species or plants or animals, the extent of invasive species, and so on. And that gives us an estimate or an understanding of the quality acres that are on site. And then using that, we can understand how much habitat protection or habitat restoration we need to do either on-site or off-site to achieve that net positive outcome. Now, these don't need to be too fancy or too complicated. Instead, what we're doing is working on a measurement approach that's really clear, is scalable across different projects, and then is significant to our stakeholders. I mentioned we're developing a toolbox of actions. Here's some examples from our work in Texas. For Playa Lakes, here we're working to restore high plains wetlands called Playa Lakes. These are really biodiversity hotspots of West Texas and the high plains. We have millions of shorebirds and waterfowl and other wildlife that overwinter on our Playa Lakes and depend on them for habitat throughout the year. They're also the primary source of water and aquifer recharge in that area. But many of these have been degraded over the years to a point where they're filled in with sediments, mostly dried up and not useful for wildlife. We think that restoring the ecological function of Playa Lakes is the most, or one of the most meaningful things we can do for local habitats in West Texas. So far this year, Orsted has helped restore about 300 acres of Playa Lake habitat. And that's habitat extent and condition, like I mentioned, that we can measure. And I'll show what this looks like in the next slide. Briefly, for coastal prairies, we partner with 2 conservation groups, the Nature Conservancy and the Native Prairie Association of Texas, to restore Gulf of Mexico coastal prairies and 2 different prairie preserves owned by those NGOs. That work involves removing invasive species, which are encroaching on the prairie, restoring the natural plant community, and then monitoring changes in plant diversity and soil carbon over time. And then university partnerships are an important part of our work. In Texas, we're working with Texas A&M at our Sparta Solar Center in B County. And there we're looking at native and pollinator-friendly vegetation seed mixes with different plant diversity levels to see what works best in that area in a way that supports the natural habitat, but also is most compatible with solar production. That Ply Lake example that I mentioned, this is one project from Swisher County near Amarillo. You can see on the left that circle shape is what the extent of the Playa Basin used to be and should be, but it's been altered in the past. It just looks like a circle there, but it's lower than the land around it, and it would hold water in its original condition. And you can see that a pit's been dug there in the past because they thought it might hold water for longer. So what happened is that a really dispersed wetland was concentrated in one small area, and the rest of that habitat just disappeared. On the right you can see that just by filling in that pit and then shaping the soil a bit, the ecological function of that basin is restored. And that scar you see across the land, that's just from compaction and all the recent earth moving going on there. So that's what that work looks like, and over time, this is a different site, but over time, when it's full of water and can hold birds again, it could look more like this. Now, at the project level, we have a solar project called Mockingbird Solar Center in Lamar County, and this is a case where we're working toward that net positive ambition with a major initiative to protect intact natural habitat. In this case, it's one that's very scarce and threatened. That's blackland prairie. We've also developed an important NGO partnership here on the ground, and we're working on restoring disturbed areas of that solar project with native vegetation that's truly local. So here we partnered with TNC to protect nearly 1,000 acres of native Texas blackland prairie at the Mockingbird project. And the property that we purchased and are donating now to TNC includes what we think has some of the most important and sensitive habitat features there on site. And this will create the largest protected area for this kind of habitat. The design of that protected area was informed by our measurement of the health of plant communities there and of the soil. And so it was designed for maximum conservation impact. That's the protected area. Now in other areas of that prairie where we are building the project, we're taking steps to minimize our construction impact on the soil and on the plant community, and to restore the land with native seeds that are collected on site from the prairie itself, and then down the road to measure its recovery over time. If I can get beyond Texas for a minute, up in Kansas, at our sunflower wind farm, which is new, we're working with TNC again and the Conservation Fund to protect habitat in the Kansas Flint Hills region by funding conservation easements that'll be held by local land trusts. And our target here is to bring into protection a minimum 3,000 acres of high-quality prairie grassland. And by, again, measuring that this habitat is more contiguous and higher quality than the somewhat patchy grassland around the wind project, we can validate this net positive biodiversity impact. Now for reporting, this isn't really my own specialty, but I can say that at a renewable energy project scale, When we reach 2030 and the company's net positive biodiversity commitment becomes binding, we envision annual reporting on whether each project's net positive outcome is either achieved or on track for each of its priority biodiversity features that we've identified in planning. At this time, at a corporate scale, for reporting our impact on ecosystems and biodiversity, we use IBAT, which is the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, to map out our project footprints around the world against key biodiversity features, such as proximity to protected areas and overlap with IUCN Red List threatened species. To structure our reporting in a way that we feel is credible and transparent, we use the GRI reporting standards, and these are global standards that for sustainability that any corporation or organization can use to report its impact and performance in sustainability. And then again, since we are a Denmark-based company, we report compliance with a policy called the EU taxonomy that reports the share of our revenue, expenditure, and earnings that is aligned with the taxonomy's policy to do no significant harm to biodiversity. Finally, we work with the Science Based Targets Network. This provides companies with a step-by-step process for how to set a sustainability target, to develop a measurement plan, and then to report on progress. We already have net zero emissions reductions targets validated by the SBTN, and it's early days still, but we're working with SBTN to measure our impact on biodiversity as well. Their target framework for biodiversity is still taking shape, but when it goes live next year, these will be the first corporate science-based targets for nature. So I think we're all here because we believe there's a strong place for private capital in conservation, and that brings groups like ours together. And while on my side, we're in the business of delivering renewable energy and renewable electrons, it's become clear that that's not sustainable unless we get things right with nature. Thank you. We want to make sure that that's credible and validated by science. So that's why, in this case, we're working with SBTN and our NGO partners in close coordination with governments to structure how we measure and how we report on biodiversity impact to validate that what we're doing is backed by science. So thank you for your interest. Again, thank you to Texan by Nature and to Ms. Bush for inviting me to speak today, and I look forward to your questions on the panel. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you to Texans by Nature, Joni, Mrs. Bush, for the opportunity to be here. Measured data drives investment decisions at the North American Development Bank, or we call ourselves NADBank for short, because that's a big mouthful. You got to spit that out a couple times during a presentation. What is NADBank? We were established in 1994. We're a binational infrastructure development bank owned and operated by the governments of the United States and Mexico. Our mandate is to develop and finance environmental infrastructure along the U.S.-Mexico border on either side of the border. We can finance projects up to 62 miles into the U.S. or 186 miles into Mexico. We're headquartered in San Antonio, Texas. Blessing, go Spurs, go. And we have an office in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, which is across from El Paso. The impact of the bank in the last 30 years is we've impacted nearly 20 million U.S.-Mexico border residents, improving their quality of life, whether through cleaner water, cleaner air, or cleaner land projects. This is our development strategy. This shows the types of projects we can invest in. I thought it was important to give you a brief overview of who the bank is before we dive into a case study. You know, water. We do water day in, day out. Of the 300 projects we financed to date, 200 are water. We can do water with our eyes closed. Solid waste, I did connect with the Texas disposal person. We do a lot of landfills as well for border communities. Air quality is not something we've done a lot in. More communities are starting to focus on that, and so border crossings is a big one for us. Sustainable energy, and I'll take a moment of personal privilege, Mrs. Bush, to thank your husband, President Bush, and his administration. It was in 2004 that they expanded to allow us to move into renewable energy. That is now the largest piece of our lending portfolio today. We financed 40 projects, $1.7 billion, and mobilized $6.2 billion in private investment. So, Mrs. Bush, please thank the President on our behalf. The other two are relatively new. Our board in 2021 pushed us into sustainable cities and sustainable production, meaning urban development, LEED certified buildings, sustainable industrial parks, as we hear about nearshoring related to the U.S.-Mexico border economy, very important, as well as production in those factories. Our entire development strategy is to combat climate change through mitigation and adaptation. I'm going to fly through this one quickly. What do we offer? We offer loans, grants, and technical assistance. Our case study will focus on a loan, but as we went through our reporting requirements, we didn't have enough data to make the decision. So we needed to use some technical assistance to hire a consultant to help us through that. Of course, I didn't choose water or renewable energy, the projects that we knew how to do extremely well. We picked one that we didn't have. Just real brief, we've done the 300 projects, $11.2 billion total of investment, and more projects in Texas than anywhere else, 81. Case study, an international bridge expansion on the U.S.-Mexico border. Here you see the map. There's two international bridges. The one on the right is the FAR International Bridge. That's the fourth largest port of entry today. They handled they're the number one produce port of entry along the U.S.-Mexico border. So more produce goes through there, avocados, berries, cantaloupe, etc. The Anzalduas International Bridge on the left, but they also have big wait times at FAR. The Anzalduas International Bridge was an existing bridge, but only had car traffic, was not allowing commercial traffic. So the idea for the city of McAllen was, we want to expand to commercial traffic. Their presidential permit allowed for it. And they wanted to build the commercial inspection facility and then donate it back to the federal government, because they said it'll take too long for us to wait for the federal government to put this in their budget. I think they had a point. The total project cost was originally estimated at $59.6 million, and at the time we considered a loan for $33.5 million. But in order for us to provide a loan to anybody, we have to have these four requirements checked off. Is it technically viable? Yes. These border inspection facilities exist, check the box. Financial feasibility, at first they only wanted to repay the loan with the current bridge tolls, which were insufficient. So we went back to them, we told them it was insufficient. They actually own two international bridges. They said, we'll pledge the systems tolls. So we cleared that hurdle. Sustainable development, yes, it's a LEED certified building, we're good there. The environment and health benefits, which is our calling card, we had an operational theory that yes, we would reduce emissions, but we didn't have an exact number. So how do we get there? We took $100,000 from our technical assistance program. We hired Tom Keir out of California, 30 years of air quality experience, 15 specifically in transportation. He helped develop the analysis template for the Federal Highway Administration. Guy sounds like he knows what he's doing, over 19 ports of entry. So how do we get there? Now, this is where it starts to get a little technical, but for each mode of traffic that crosses, whether that's regular vehicular or commercial, then they're broken down into subsets. And it's these subsets that is how they determine the emission that are released and the wait times that each one has to go through because of inspection processes, because certain ones don't have to go to secondary, and those types of factors. And so it's a very busy slide, I'm sorry. The most important thing you'll see is at the top in red where it talks about emission by lane type equals vehicle flow, emission factor, and the weighting factors. Again, this is why we had to hire an expert. Here are some of the analyses that were conducted, which was very interesting. The first one was an off-site vehicle miles traveled and emissions study. What we figured out through this study is it's actually shorter to go through the new proposed international bridge by almost 3 miles. So you're cutting that down. And then you don't have to wait in the current wait times that the existing port of entry in FAR had. And so we believe that we could make this work once this came back. We also looked at the delay results and then the emission alternative analysis. The key assumptions and findings after we did those 3 analyses, and we used the mid case, was that 44% of the traffic would actually shift over. At that point in time, we were reducing wait times by 21 minutes for fast lane, 31 minutes for general commercial truck crossings, and 5 minutes for empty commercial trucks. So once we proved that we would have a reduction in wait times, we knew we would have a reduction in air emissions because they're not idling. The trucks aren't just sitting there. And then you see on the right-hand side there, the study did produce, we had a reduction of 5% CO2, 5% nitrous oxide, 5% hydrocarbons, 2% carbon monoxide, and 5% for particulate matter. At this point in time, we knew we had a winner. We sent it to the board. We went through our process. So here again is our financing factors. We can check the box now. All 4 came back. The study showed not only did it have environmental and health benefits, but almost 1 million people in that airshed were going to benefit from this project. So, I mean, we've had big impacts, but we haven't had a project that had almost 1 million people. Very, very proud of that fact. Remember the original loan that was supposed to cost $33.5 million? Well, thanks to my buddy inflation, it rose to $63 million. However, because they had both bridge systems, the financial feasibility that we checked came back as well, and we were able to finance this. We're excited. That's the groundbreaking. The gentleman 5th to the right in the gray jacket is my boss. He got to attend. This project is under construction right now, should be completed in 2024 and operational. And once it's in operation, 1 year after operation, we go back and we have what's called a closeout report where we measure again what our thesis was going into it to ensure that we hit somewhere close to our marks. Sometimes we exceed our marks, which is great, and sometimes we fall a little short. But it's important for us as good stewards of taxpayer dollars to go back and prove that our theory was correct with help of experts and the like. And so in closing, I just want to say Texan by Nature has been a wonderful partner. This is my 2nd year here. Keep coming back. I look forward to visiting with all of you, and we look forward to finding opportunities to work together to finance infrastructure along the Texas-Mexico border. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, thank you, Laura, Ashley, Daniel, and Jesse. We will be taking audience questions. We have a mic moving around, and if you have a question, please raise your hand really, really high so that we can see you. We will also be taking virtual questions for our virtual attendees. Please submit questions anytime on the YouTube stream or info@texanbynature.org.
Hi, I'm Brandy Kelp with the City of Fort Worth Open Space Conservation Program, and my question to the panel is how can we drive excitement and funding for urban green spaces? A lot of the time they're smaller, they may not have the biodiversity as some of the larger sites, but they also may be the last natural areas for a lot of our communities, especially underserved communities that don't have the capacity to travel to experience nature. So what can we do?
I really think tying it to human health, like explaining the health outcomes for people who live near a green space, even if they don't use it, and for policymakers to see the benefits to human health in an urban setting, that it might help raise money for those.
It's a tough one to answer for my work. We do work mostly in large properties and rural spaces, but I'm proud to have developed partnerships with groups like, again, the Native Prairie Association of Texas, which we're working together to support restoration on a pocket prairie in the middle of Houston. which is this isolated patch of a prairie remnant and otherwise completely urban environment. And they do such a great job with outreach and education in local schools there to help connect the kids to the importance of habitat in their own backyard.
I'm going to pass. We don't have a big footprint in that area.
So Brandy, just to add on to that, there are so many great examples, and I know some of these partners in the room. Many of them are tying them to education and making sure that the access is there, making sure that they're open to all students. But you can look at Exploration Green, Memorial Park, a lot of the areas in Houston, Katy Prairie, here in Dallas, Green Space Dallas, Clyde Warren, and Austin Waterloo Greenway are all areas where they're tying to human health, but they're also doing programming. So you heard the first panel talk a lot about their programming and whether it was, do you do the programming for the members or do you get members and then do programming afterwards? But the programming they're doing, whether it's yoga in the park, education opportunities, et cetera, there are examples all over the state of Texas of folks doing great innovative things with green space. And I think we have another question right here.
Hello, Mr. Willard. I'm Cynthia Pickett Stevenson. You know, in listening to what you had to say, it does pique a number of questions for me. The first one is, how do you determine the siting of your renewable facilities? And let me just ask this question. For example, one of the best places to locate wind turbines is in the Gulf of Mexico, right in the middle of the bird fly zone. So is there an assessment done on the siting of these facilities before they are sited? And then after you do that, or do you site them where they are going to produce the most energy and then look to mitigate the consequences? Because if it's the former, I'm concerned about this whole concept of renewable energy.
Well, I can't really speak to the way siting has been done status quo in the industry broadly. I can say the way we're looking at it now is we have a number of different map systems with environmental information, and we work closely with NGOs and coordinate with governments to do site assessment for potential environmental impacts early in the project development process. And the way we're doing that is evolving, and we're working toward new decision rules for where we will or will not site projects, so that environmental impacts are again first minimized before we worry about restoring any impacts that we create. In my work, that's closely coordinated with NGOs. With offshore leases in the Gulf, I can't speak to that. We're not actively pursuing those.
Okay, so solar panels that are located in areas where the underlying habitat, like prairie chickens, that's just one example. Some other species are impacted. If you were to do your site assessment and discover that that was not a proper siting location, would your company do it anyway from your experience and then seek to mitigate it in other respects?
So it is changing, it is evolving the way it's done in my company and in the industry right now. We're learning a lot from our own experiences and from our partners about what kinds of siting decisions make the most sense. And like I mentioned before, it's becoming more and more clear that as this industry is expanding rapidly, that it does involve some land use. And it's not going to be supported by our stakeholders, including governments, NGOs, our customers and investors, unless it makes sense for local ecosystems as well. So it's a really important part of how we do our work and how we expect to expand in the future. Also, I just want to be clear that we're mindful of our impact, but well, I'll just say that we're mindful of potential impacts that our work has, and we're working hard to get it right. And that's why the company hires someone like myself, is to think about this every day.
Thank you, Daniel. Do we have any other?
I'm Ginny King with Stantec. I'm the director of the Natural Capital Program, and I just want to say, first of all, it is a huge pleasure to be here, just a great honor. Second of all, I want to say that the discussion around being able to identify, quantify, and appropriate the value of natural capital, what I call natural capital, I acquired through being a former natural resource trustee for the state of Texas under Governor Ann Richards and then Governor George Bush, who became our 43rd president. And I want to say that, and if you're a landowner in this room, I probably don't need to say this to you, but there is significant value through the conservation of your land, which can be inventoried and quantified and appropriated. And if you're a member of a corporation who is investing in these kinds of initiatives, that also can be inventoried and quantified and appropriated towards several different corporate objectives. There is significant value in investing in nature, and I just want to say thank you so much for putting on this conference and talking about the importance of quantifying what we're achieving, because it's absolutely paramount for quality of life for all.
Hi, I'm Kyle Bass with Conservation Equity. I have a question for Mr. Willard. When you talk about the Mockingbird Solar project, you're talking about a 5,000-acre project that's got to be $1.2 billion in cost. And I applaud you guys for buying 1,000 acres and donating it and thinking about conservation. You're talking about north of $1 billion project, maybe 40 million in conservation. How do you get to biodiversity net zero using ratios like that? And how are you guys thinking about that in the future?
I'm sorry, I can't see where the question is from the light. Okay, thank you. Your question is about the numbers with the 5,000 acre project, is that right?
5,000 acre project.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is that net zero?
Thank you, it's a really good question. Most of that solar project is not natural habitat. Most of that project is not situated on any prairie habitat. Most of that is agricultural land that's already been replaced with different pasture grasses and crops. There is a prairie remnant there at the site. The land that we purchased and are donating to TNC for protection is more than half of that natural prairie, and like I mentioned earlier, includes what we think are the most important natural features, the most sensitive habitats on the prairie. We're not necessarily framing this as a net positive impact outcome. I think in terms of conservation status, it is, because it's land that otherwise is private property and unprotected, and because of our work and our partnership with the landowner and with TNC, it will become a nature preserve for perpetuity now, and it wasn't before. What it is a really important way of helping us develop our understanding of what can we actually do on the ground, what sorts of interventions make the most sense for either habitat protection in this case, or restoration also in this case. And it's about how do we develop the right partnerships on the ground, whether it's with academia or NGOs who have far more specialized knowledge of local ecosystems than we have, and help us to build our projects in the most thoughtful way.
Great. We have an online question.
Yes. It was mentioned that Caddo Lake doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of any government agency. Why is this the case? How difficult has the CLI found it to get these stakeholders involved?
Well, our lake is not man-made. It's not a water district. It's in 2 different states. It's under, it was there naturally. So someone's in charge, but it was challenging in the beginning. Just there's so many people who care about it and so many partners. And so I think when we just focus on our shared value that we all love Caddo, because there are people out there who are, all have different interests, and some use the land for different purposes, but we all wanted to see it continue for our grandchildren, and so working together around that premise. It takes extra time to work with partners. The more partners you have, the more time it takes, because you need input from everybody. But it's ultimately so much more gratifying and so much more productive. I didn't really talk about the local people. I mean, I consider myself a local person. I've been going to Caddo Lake since I was 5 years old with one of my best friends that's here with me today. We've been going out there since we were kids, and listening to the local people and tapping in to what the local people have to say and the different civic groups in the area has been really helpful. So, I mean, guys that are out there as fishing guides all day, every day, they notice if there's a decrease in birds or frogs. And so all these different groups are really valuable to work with. But yeah, we're just kind of a wild place in this borderland.
Thank you, Laura Ashley. All right, I think we have time for one more question. So I'm going to ask a question and we'll do a quick lightning round. We can start with Jesse. So what is one thing that we can all do, conservation and industry, as a collective to improve measurement and reporting for conservation and environmental benefits? It's the one take home.
Being the partnership guy, I'm going to lean towards that, is forming partnerships, because we don't always have the best practices, but if we can find partnerships with the private sector, with NGOs, with others, I mean, this is an ecosystem of education, and it's constantly changing. And so for us at the bank, that's the goal that I have, and my charge is to find partnerships to help advance us. And I think that, you know, being here in a group with such distinguished folks and like-minded folks help with that mission.
I agree. I think that's right on. I think that we get a lot of value from the partnerships that we're building. Whether you come at this from the private sector or from conservation NGOs or other groups, I really encourage all of us to find new ways of working together in our industries. We take so much value from that. We know we don't have all the best practices. We don't have all the answers in all cases, and that's how we're learning so much about not just measurement of biodiversity impacts at our projects, but what potential biodiversity concerns might be. We learn a lot from the people that we're working with. So I think this is a more valuable way of working. It's the right thing to do. It's part of being a good neighbor where we're working. And again, we see more and more demand for these kinds of partnerships from our stakeholders, whether that's in government, investors, or customers.
I agree with all that's been said, and then adding in new partners from time to time and new sectors, so like this cross-pollination of businesses and nonprofits, it causes us to think a different way about measurement. Just sitting here today, I was thinking, you know, I'm not an expert in technology or AI, but there's certainly a role for artificial intelligence and remote sensing in everything that I had to talk about rainfall and water movement across the country and reservoir operations and soil moisture and birds being, I mean, we could, you know, there's so much that can be innovated and done. So like partners, but fresh blood to have fresh ideas and keep moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions and your engagement in our second panel, Conservation Communication. And thank you to Laura Ashley, Daniel, and Jesse for sharing today. Now I have the best job of the day, to break you guys for lunch. So we'll take a break and we'll come back together at 1:30 for our afternoon panels. Don't forget to join us for continued conversation on the YouTube stream or at info@texanbynature.org if you have any questions. For those of you in person, lunch will be served as you leave the auditorium, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you. Is it still 1:30? I'm assuming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly.
The coast is a beautifully complicated place. It's incredibly diverse. It accounts for nearly a third of Texas's economy.
But trash on beaches is a constant threat to all of it, people and wildlife. And marine litter is merely a symptom of an even bigger problem.
We need the next generation to understand it's their responsibility to be stewards of the coastline. There's a lot at stake.
SPLASH is an acronym for Stopping Plastics and Litter Along Shorelines. The Texas coastline is incredibly biodiverse, and marine litter is a constant threat to all of it, people and wildlife. The goal of the SPLASH program is to create a cleaner environment for people, birds, and other wildlife in the Houston-Galveston region. It's a multifaceted effort that includes beach cleanups like you're seeing here today. This is actually our 95th cleanup that we've done in the past 3 years.
We love living near Texas beaches. It's such a treat to come out here and feel the breeze and the water and have a sunny day with the family. We visit several times a year, and there usually is a lot of litter, and so we do try to help pick it up when we're out here. We really feel like it's important for us to learn how we can prevent this from happening and help and be a part of the solution and keeping it clean.
SPLASH isn't just a beach cleaning service. We want Texans to understand where the trash comes from. What are those sources? SPLASH is designed by its partners to address that information gap.
There's a lot of different ways that litter can end up on our coastline. A lot of it gets here from rivers, waterway runoff. We also get a lot from the Houston Ship Channel and the Mississippi River, as well as international trash that the Gulf of Mexico currents push up here.
Plus, some of it is from problematic trash management. That's why Splash hosts several educational events year-round in the community.
So taking it a step beyond beach cleanups and outreach events, we have to make that connection with land managers, with the practitioners, and work with them to come up with data-driven solutions that will reduce marine debris and litter on our shorelines.
The data collection aspect is paramount because we want to know where progress is being made. So we work with all of our amazing partners to collect and analyze the data and target hotspots within our communities so that we can help reduce the amount of trash that's there and figure out why it's there. This location is actually super important because it used to be a hotspot for American oyster catcher entanglements. After the first splash cleanup, they have not found another entangled American oyster catcher. So it's very positive to see the impact we're having on these species.
For those of us of a certain age, when we see a six-pack holder, we know we have to dispose of it properly so that it doesn't become a hazard to wildlife. We would love for Splash to accomplish that messaging, that kind of understanding among Texans.
As a parent who takes their kids outside in nature a lot, I do think it's important for them to learn how to keep it clean and what it takes to preserve it. We've got to do better, and I hope my children do take this experience to heart.
Whenever we go out into the community, I'm super encouraged because people want to help. It's so nice to work for an organization and have a cause that everyone can get behind. Going forward, I'm super optimistic about the Splash program and the impact it's going to have on the Texas coastline.
Welcome back from lunch. I hope everyone had a great meal and some great conversations. It's so exciting to see everyone here. This has been our largest in-person audience that we've had in the history of the summit, so thank you so much for being here and for being excited about this event. For those joining virtually, don't forget you can ask questions and engage in dialogue on the YouTube stream or at info@texanbynature.org. For those that don't know me, I'm Jenny Burden. I'm the Director of Development at Texan by Nature. We can't have a discussion about the future of conservation without diving into models that are changing the behaviors, actions, and conversations taking place among stakeholders. The models that we can emulate and evolve, models that are demonstrating education, application, measurement, reporting, and that are building on collaboration to do so. Thomas Edison once said, "Keep on the lookout for novel ideas that others have used successfully. Your idea has to only be original in its adaptation to the problem you're working on." The beauty of this annual summit is the diversity of projects, goals, practices, industries, and organizations represented. It's a true opportunity for us to come together, share, and build on novel ideas and best practices. In particular, water is a universally needed, and unfortunately, litter is a universal issue that is intertwined with our waterways around the world. Building on best practices such as sound data, community action, and universal reporting are highlights of the next panel. Our speakers have tackled this issue from different perspectives. They've taken novel thinking and best practice application to new and impactful levels. You'll hear about on-the-ground action, tools for aggregated reporting, keys for industry leadership, and innovative projects and partnerships. Emulating these in Texas and around the globe can create a thriving future for people and for natural resources alike. As we hear from these leaders, I hope you'll think about how their learnings and models relate to your own organization and projects. What if you took some of their methods and applied them differently, adapted them? How can we accelerate progress by building on each other's innovation and success? Today you'll hear from Maya Corbett, President, Texans for Clean Water, Liz Virgil, Texas Coastal Education Specialist from the American Bird Conservancy, and Liz Donahue, Director of Government Relations in Ozarka. Similar to the previous panels, you'll hear each presentation in succession, and then we'll join the speakers for a Q&A after the presentations are complete. For virtual attendees, feel free to submit your questions with the YouTube channel or to info@texanbynature.org. Please join me in thanking these speakers as we welcome Maya to the podium.
Well, thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Joni, First Lady, and all of you who took the time to be here in person. Biggest crowd yet, very exciting, and everyone out there in cyberspace. Really excited to be here, and what an opening. That is so appropriate to what we're going to talk about today. And yes, I am Texans. We are Texans for Clean Water. And our group was founded about a decade ago by business folks and philanthropists who looked out their back doors and were kayakers themselves and saw things that just weren't supposed to be. We have dedicated ourselves to find data-driven, collaborative solutions to those problems that aren't a reinvention of the wheel. That was a great quote, Jenny. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can find what's working and roll it on to what we're doing. So, rolling on to some dirty pictures. Ooh. Whoa. Yes, so this is we're gonna need a bigger boat picture. Unfortunately, this is not too terribly uncommon. One of the founders of Texans for Clean Water took this picture. And this is on one of the bayous in Houston. And as the video showed, the bayous, they flow into the Gulf, and they flow by and through critical habitat and beautiful spaces, beautiful wild spaces that we all want to enjoy and need for our generation and so many future generations to come. So how do we stop this from happening? I will also say that our group, we clean it up. You know, we helped to clean up this mess after we took this picture. And our group also supports Buffalo Bayou Partnership, which has a crew of folks. Bayou Dave, you should look up Bayou Dave. He's got some great YouTube videos. And they take crews out 5 days a week, every week of the year, and they literally vacuum. They've got a vacuum boat, and they vacuum the top of water, from all this trash. And in fact, they're one of the last lines of defense before all that stuff blows down through the Gulf and to some of the beautiful areas that we saw in that earlier video. So this is not an away problem. I think someone had a question earlier about, well, we sent all this waste to other places and then, you know, it trashed those waterways. Well, we're trashing our waterways right here. So it is not an away problem. It's a here problem too. But it's a problem that we can solve. And first we've got to figure out what is the problem. An earlier speaker talked about metrics, and if you don't measure what you have, then how can you care about it? How can you sustain it? How can you make it any better if you don't really understand what's there? So, data. But we've got lots of great data in Texas. Lots of great data about terrible things. And data is really important. And so TxDOT, our Department of Transportation here, they do a phenomenal job. They go out and they actually count each piece of litter. And we've heard about weights, and weights are very important. Weighing things it's a good, easy way of figuring out kind of a differentiation and trends. Plastic is really lightweight. And 50% or more of the stuff that we're picking up by volume and sending to landfills is plastic. And so you see here, what else is it? What is it? It's beverage stuff, and it's food stuff. It's stuff that we're eating and drinking along the way. And where is it? It's mostly plastic, and it's mostly found on farm-to-market roads. And if you notice, I don't have one of those little blinky light things, which is probably for the better. Someone would go blind. But if you notice, there on the farm-to-market, that lower right-hand chart there, farm-to-market roadways are by far and exponentially the most amount of roadway miles that we have in this state. And so, if all that litter is on all those roadways, what does it do to our waterways? Well, that's what it does. This is a map of the farm-to-market roadways as it relates to the Texas waterways, our water courses. And it's like a bowl of spaghetti. So this is to illustrate that whatever blows or flows from a roadway is going into a water course. And if you'll also notice, we're a drain. It drains. Texas waters, they drain into the Gulf. And they drain down through Houston and some other areas that are, again, critical habitat and beautiful spaces for people and recreation. And you know what else we have? We have other drains. We have stormwater drains in Texas. And this is critical infrastructure that keeps us from flooding, that moves water to where it needs to go for environmental flows. And it also can look like this. And unfortunately, this is another picture taken by one of our board members. And it is not uncommon. It is not uncommon that our, again, critical infrastructure is being clogged by somebody's bad deed, and I love that everybody earlier was talking about, we need to work with those who hold our values, and we're all good people in this room, and we are, and it's a nice thing for it, but, that isn't everybody. And that's, we have to meet people where they are, and, not everybody sees this as a real problem. Not everybody sees it as their problem. And so I think it's incumbent on us to find solutions, not just through, dare I say, altruism and doing good works, but, find other things that work, like incentives, sometimes disincentives. But there are other things that we can put in play to make this not the reality that we face every day. And more data. Data is very important, as we say, and as we learn throughout this event. And we, Texans for Clean Water, are also working with Keep Texas Beautiful. Suzanne is in the audience somewhere. I'll shout out to Suzanne. And this was a real collaborative project that we did. And in fact, many of the COGs, North Central Texas COG, there were some former COG folks here and worked on how do we maintain ongoing monitoring and evaluation of this litter problem in waterways. TxDOT, again, does a great job, but it's a study that they do, every other year at best. But this is an ongoing problem. So we need ongoing monitoring and evaluation. And so this is the Texas Litter Database. I encourage you all to Google it and go on, and it is we're the first state in the nation that has a central repository for all this litter data. And so that really helps us to figure out, again, what is it, where is it, and that'll help us figure out how do we do something about it. And so here's some things that we do about it. We put solutions to the test. And I will say that what is working, again, not reinventing the wheel, but figuring out whose wheel is rolling pretty good. There are 10 states in the United States that have policy in place that provides incentives, a financial incentive for the public to return their wasted material, their bottles and cans, for a financial incentive. And they have a convenient collection system by which people can find where I'm supposed to put this thing and then put it there. And I might get 5-10 cents back. And that's the incentive for folks who maybe aren't doing it because they're good people. And that's all right. And sometimes we have to put engineering to work. Sometimes we have to put anthropology to work. And there's something to be said about the human animal. And so if you want somebody to do something, a lot of times you pay them to do it. And you provide them a convenient outlet with which to do it. And so Keep America Beautiful did a 2020 litter study, which was a really seminal study, fantastic work. And they found 152 pieces of litter on the ground across the nation for every man, woman, child that lives in this great United States. 152 pieces of litter. And that's an improvement, if you can believe it, over the last study they did. But one thing, again, what we're trying to do is we want to be put out of business. We're tired of cleaning up rivers. We really want to stop stuff getting in there in the first place. And so one really cool thing that came out of this study was that in those 10 states where they provide 5 or 10 cents incentive for folks, and they have collections that are, available and convenient, those states have 50% less litter on their roadways. That's pretty good. And they have 30% less litter in their waterways. That's real good. And for all you data scientists out there, that's what you call a statistical success. And so how can we here utilize those, again, what's working to figure out how it can work for us? So I was very pleased to work with Joni and Taylor, who did the work of 1,000, wherever she is. And we had a pilot program in El Paso with Ozarka, so I won't take too much of Liz's thunder. But we collectively came together with Sam's Club and Walmart to put these little kiosks, we'll call it, in their parking lots. And we gave folks 10 cents per piece of plastic they brought back to us. And it was a resounding success. And for, a pretty low financial impact, we got a huge impact in the understanding that, people want to do the right thing. Education has worked. We have educated people. They want to recycle. Someone says, I recycle everything. I wash it and then I recycle it. So education has worked. So now we need to provide people the tools to do what we're asking them to do. And so little of the state of Texas can even recycle. And so what we need to do is provide that overarching infrastructure and provide that convenience to get people to do what oftentimes they want to do, or that we want them to do. So a couple other ways, it's not always bottles and cans. Cameron County, beautiful beaches of South Padre Island, they've got a cash for trash program. They give you a mesh bag and you pay $5, and when you come back and with a bag full of trash, they give you your $5 back. That is a way to incentivize behavior. And also at the recent Austin City Limits Festival, for all of you guys who went to the ACL Fest in Austin, they had a trash for t-shirts. You bring back a bag of trash and you get a t-shirt. So again, this is incentives and convenience has been proven to work. So how can we not reinvent the wheel, but make it work for us? And so that is what we're trying to do here at Texans for Clean Water, is take the data, learn what the problem is, and find solutions that can work for us here in Texas. So another what we do is collaboration across the value chain. So many of you here earlier, the early speakers said, well, I talked to community, I talked to government, I talked to business. That is essential. The collaboration across the again, value chain. This was the value chain of our El Paso pilot, so it had retail and producers and recyclers, but everyone has a value chain. We are a value chain, and so real kudos to the Caddo Lake and all of the folks who spoke earlier about really reaching out to find who are those partners, find some sort of baseline of commonality, and grow from there. Really important. So, how do people get involved? This is my last slide, Joni, don't worry. She's about to get up on me. So, how can people get involved? Well, I say, to my industry friends and brethren, let's move past the status quo. Sometimes we find sustainability officers, and they're just the nicest folks, and they say, God, that's great. I tell you, that's just wonderful. And then sometimes you sit down with the GR folks, and they say, well, that's just never going to happen. And then you say, oh, darn. So I would say that moving past what may not have worked in the past. There might have been policies that, were scary, or they didn't work as they intended. But, it is 2023. We've got AI. Someone said artificial intelligence. We got all sorts of stuff now. So we can maybe not reinvent a wheel, make a better wheel. We know what rolls. So let's look at it with fresh eyes. Leave the status quo behind and see how we can move forward. Like Joni said, we're moving into the future. It's like all those days to go into the next year. Let's figure out how to move into the future. And for my NGO friends and brethren, embrace your advocacy. Sometimes you'll find folks say, oh, we can't lobby. Oh, we can't talk to politicians. They're very scary. And but you're important. Your voice matters. What you know is how we are going to change. And so embrace that. It's scary. This is scary. But here we are, you know, and we're pushing through the fear because on the other side is progress. So again, I would just say, work together. Don't be scared of each other. NGOs and industry, we can come together and we can collaborate, and that collaboration can clean up Texas and hopefully stop us from having to. And with that, I sure appreciate you. Thank you, and keep in touch.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liz Virgil, and I'm the Education Specialist with American Bird Conservancy. I'm super excited to be here today to talk to you guys about Splash, which is that video that you guys watched just a couple minutes ago. So I hope to talk to you guys about our collaborative trash mitigation program and how we're on the ground in Houston-Galveston region, what we do, and our impacts. So some of you are probably familiar with trash on the streets, in your neighborhood, in your parks, in your waterways. Trash is very prevalent in Texas, and in fact, we are known to be the trashiest state. According to NOAA and the Ocean Conservancy, they conducted a survey and they found that we are the trashiest state per mile. And we're also accumulating trash 10 times faster on our coastlines due to our inshore currents and the fact that all of our waterways are leading to our coast. So we're seeing those impacts in a number of ways. It is specifically decreasing our environmental health out on our coast. It's affecting our bird populations. It's affecting our wildlife populations. It's also impacting the human health in those communities. They're having to deal with unclean waters, unclean spaces. They have limited access to nature, safe nature areas. And it's also impacting our tourism and our local economy. Less tourists want to come to a trashy beach. Less tourists want to spend money in Galveston or on our other coastlines because we have trash there. Let's see. And so these are just some pictures that we see pretty consistently out on our coasts. We're seeing shorebirds in the spring nesting in and around trash. We're seeing evidence of sea turtle bites in the plastics that show up on our coastlines. We're also seeing a lot of illegal dumping. So people who are going out to our beaches and leaving their beach trash behind, their tents that they love to use in Texas. They leave those behind because they break from the wind. Grills, we see crazy things. The craziest thing that we've ever seen at a cleanup was a taxidermied goat, fun fact. It's pretty crazy. Wild stuff out there. But unfortunately, all that stuff is impacting our wildlife. We're also seeing a lot of birds and getting entangled, and unfortunately, a lot of mortality of birds out there as well. So, knowing those facts, seeing the impacts, American Bird Conservancy, Gulf Coast Bird Observatory, and Black Cat GIS came together in 2020 in the peak of the pandemic to start Splash, which stands for Stopping Plastics and Litter Along Shorelines. So our mission is to create cleaner environments for birds, for people, and for other wildlife in the Houston-Galveston region. And we do that through a number of ways. We try to accomplish a number of goals, and one, like Maya was talking about, is to understand the problem. I think nationally they say cigarette butts is the most abundant trash item nationally. We're seeing different. So that speaks to the importance of understanding your local issues, your local problems. So we're trying to figure out what trash are we seeing out on our coastlines, where are the hot spots, can we identify sources, all to share with you all to share with stakeholders so that we can create better solutions. We also want to educate our communities, educate our youth, so that we can plant seeds for future environmental stewards and provide them with sustainable actions, sustainable skills, so that they can make better decisions for the future. All of our solutions are collaborative. It is so important to investigate who is at the table and who isn't. Who can we get involved? How can they help? How can we work with communities in order to create effective solutions? And then all, in the hopes of creating a cleaner ecosystem so that we don't have a job anymore. Fortunately, unfortunately, right? So we do this a number of ways. We reach out to our, like I said, local communities through speaking engagements, through community events. We also host at least monthly, once a month cleanups that we get volunteers involved, partners involved. We also reach schools and informal educators through classroom lessons, educators' guides. We provide field trips. We like to get them involved in art contests, so not just focusing on science concepts, but getting them involved in artistic, creative ways. And we also have lots of online resources. Let's see, another huge way that we get the community involved is by getting them involved in our data collection. So at nearly every cleanup, we collect the trash data, we organize it, and we enter it into the Texas Litter database so that statewide we can better understand what's going on our coastlines. And we also have our own story map to tell the story of trash out in Houston and Galveston. So overall, combining those things, we hope to encourage behavior change where it's a norm to use a reusable water bottle, it's a norm to use reusable shopping bags, norm to participate in our cleanups and other cleanups. We hope to support community action and ultimately create trash mitigation strategies, which are long-term strategies that we're working with communities to impact a specific area for a specific goal, so to speak. And these are, to date, we've done actually over 100 cleanups now. And we've improved over 800 acres, and overall have removed 36,000 pounds of trash, which is really awesome. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. It's really incredible too, knowing that it's people on the grounds using their hands, using gloves, using bags, using their hard work and their strength to remove all this trash out there. So it's really awesome. But to the point of our data, we're seeing a lot of styrofoam fragments out on our coastlines. We're seeing a lot of plastic fragments. We're seeing bottle caps, and we're seeing fishing line. And I think that this speaks to the fact that trash is moving as far north as Dallas, and it can even be as far north as Canada through the Mississippi River Basin, but we're getting trash from all over, not just Texas out here, and through that process of transportation it's getting broken up. And then you can imagine all the wildlife out there that are attracted to that trash thinking it's food and ending up ingesting it. So we need to work towards figuring out solutions towards styrofoam mitigation out here in Texas to improve our coastlines. So outside of removing trash, understanding trash, we're also seeing community impacts. We do a lot of work with students in schools in Houston and Galveston, and we ask them to take surveys before and after our programming. So we found that over 50% of students have felt motivated to reduce their use of certain single-use items. And they've also not only been motivated to reduce their use of single-use items, but encourage others to do it. So again, it's speaking to that planting seeds for environmental stewards, encouraging them to be advocates in their own way as well. And on top of that, we are seeing a decrease in oyster catcher entanglements at Texas City Dike, which is a huge hotspot for trash. It collects a lot of it in the rocks. And so we do a lot of cleanups out there, but a lot of other organizations do that too. So it's really awesome, the collaboration, that how we're working together all along just the dike, and we're seeing that wildlife improvement. Okay, so what works? A lot of things like collaboration, partnership, education, those are a lot of things that people have been speaking about throughout the day. And we're finding that of course, does work, working with communities and for them. So as much as we are out there talking about trash, we're also asking them questions. We're trying to figure out what are their needs, what are communities' needs, what are their obstacles, how can we create a support system so that they can create their own community action and create those mitigation strategies so that it's much more long-term change outside of just doing cleanups. This graphic shows kind of a snapshot of the different organizations that we've worked with. So it's a wide range, anywhere from educational organizations like Houston Zoo, who's here, shout out, to oil and gas, to private industry who's looking for service projects or wanting to get involved. We kind of cast a wide net, and we hope to bring everyone, excuse me, to the table. Someone asked about accessibility earlier, and I think it's a great question, and I think the next step to conservation is to talk about accessibility. Again, who's at the table and how can we bring them there? So we try to do that through providing free programming. So all of our educational events are free to educators. We also have sustainable products that we provide to our volunteers and at community events, so that we aren't just encouraging them to be sustainable, but we're actually giving them excuse me, those skills to do so and those items to do so to make it much easier. And so, ways that you can get involved is to consider your own behaviors. How can you change what you do at your home or your office? And we are here and available and want to talk to you about that and want to collaborate with you all to figure out how we can be a more sustainable community in Texas. So please keep in touch. We have our website QR code, our newsletter QR code, and I want to give a special shout out to Texas by Nature. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you, Kenzie, for your support. Really appreciate it. But I'll put this back up. So thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to present to you today and to have this opportunity to learn alongside you as well. Thank you to Mrs. Bush and Joni and the entire team at Texans for Nature for this opportunity. First, I am government relations for Blue Triton Brands, but I'm a good one, Maya. I am very proactive. I'm not a no. So no one knows who Blue Triton is, so I'll introduce us. We're an independent beverage company, home and office delivery service with a 175-year legacy of trusted brands like Ozarka Spring Water. Our business is drinking water, and keeping our water sustainable is the only way we stay in business and keep our business sustainable. We are building a better water company. Ozarka brand natural spring water was founded in 1905. We have 4 plants in Texas and 3 springs and nearly 900 employees. Ozarka is one of our 6 regional spring water brands. We prefer to keep our water regional and local. So conserving water resources today is critical to protecting the water for generations to come. That's why we prioritize, That's why we prioritize water stewardship and resilient sourcing. We safeguard more than 20,000 acres across North America, that's watersheds and wetlands, and in Texas alone we have more than 9,000 acres in conservation. That sounds really small compared to the numbers we talked about this morning, but we agree with the statement that was articulated earlier that it pays to invest in nature. At Blue Triton, we have a dedicated team of natural resource managers who actively manage all of our sites. We have more than 50 spring sites across North America. Trey Mixon is our Texas manager. He's been there for a long time, and he represents everything that is good about our team. At Blue Triton, we talk about 3 really important values. We want to be deeply committed, boldly innovative, and fiercely good to the communities we operate in and to our customers. Trey embodies all of that, and we carry that through as across the country, which brings us to collaborative partnerships. Oops. You can't be fiercely good without good collaborative partners. Besides the recycling collaboration that we're going to talk about in a minute, we have had 2 great long-term partnerships. One is with 4G Honey. A couple years back, when a bee's nest was found at our loading dock at our Hawkins facility, instead of destroying it, a partnership was formed with the local FFA at Hawkins High School. Today, we have 30 hives on our property and more than 60 students engaged. It's an award-winning program, and it's been highly successful. Because our property is designed and managed to preserve the integrity of the environment and the watershed, it is prime real estate for bees, and we are very lucky to have this partnership. The second one is with the Meadow Center, and for years we have been supporting the engagement of more than 11,000 citizen scientists who monitor more than 400 sites across Texas. And just last month, we announced a new partnership for the next 3 years that will take to scale this community science across the state and enhance sustainability education on site in San Marcos. So that's our biodiversity cred. We also care about getting rid of litter, and we want our bottles back, these bottles back. Number one, PET is very easily recycled, and we want to make sure that we're fostering a circular economy. So we're going bottle to bottle as we move forward. At Blue Triton, we have a goal to hit 35% recycled content by 2025. We are on track to do that. So we need those bottles back. They are an important feedstock for our future. So not only are we going to protect the environment, but we're going to actually make sure we're doing the responsible thing moving forward. We already know PET poses a threat to our waterways and our health, and so we got to keep forging on with these partnerships. In Texas, the recycling rate for PET is only 11%. It is only 2% for thermoforms or clamshells. To the recycling enthusiasts this morning, your children wanted me to tell you, you are 10% of that 11%, so you're doing a great job. If Houston and San Antonio were recycling in a comprehensive way, it would double the US recycling rate. So it's very important. So we joined forces with Texans for Clean Water, Texans by Nature, and Sam's Club to try a voluntary recycling incentive program to reduce litter and get consumers recycling. It was a 6-month pilot program at 4 Sam's Clubs in El Paso. Maya explained a bit about a deposit return system. I live in this policy world all the time, so I take it completely for granted, like everyone knows what we're talking about. But a deposit return system that is effective has about an 85% collection rate, and it tends to, or not tends to be, it is a performance-based system that is customer-centric. That's incredibly important. It's an inclusive circular system, so it's not just plastic ultimately, but aluminum and glass as well. And it is producer-led and is transparent and accountable, right? That goes right back to measurement. How it works, right? You have some kind of return, place to return. In this case, we use large, colorful receptacles. There is an incentive, 10 cents in the pilot program. And the only state right now that has 10 cents is Oregon. Connecticut is moving to a 10-cent incentive in 2024. And once you drop it off, you get a payment. In this case, it was automatic. Just you downloaded an app, you got credited for what you recycled, and then a pickup agent comes, brings it to the recycling processor, and hopefully someone in industry like Blue Triton will come around and purchase that rPET and then make new bottles for it. This pilot program differed because it was voluntary. In everywhere else that this operates in the US, it's mandated. Not that everyone participates. I admit I don't participate. I put my recycling out at curbside. But things are changing because we are learning how to be more convenient and to meet customers where they are. So this pilot was incredibly successful. And we saw month-over-month growth in those 6 months. And it continued on past the original 6 month, and it just kept going. With the acceptance of PET bottles, which everyone knows is recyclable, and large receptacles, and paid marketing, the project saw a 236% growth in the number of active users per month, and 388% growth in materials from September to January. There was a lot to measure, and there's a great report online by Texans by Nature that if you want to get into the data, there's a lot to get into. But it matters how you communicate and how you market it and how people respond to that. So we'll get into our lessons learned. This is an adaptive and technical challenge recycling. We know that it takes a dynamic system that is going to be responsive to consumers in particular. Convenience matters most of all. And we all know this already, money works. If you provide people with an incentive, you make it easy for them, they're going to respond. Clear messaging and outreach also make a huge difference, and they learned in this pilot, it's gotta be in English and Spanish, and it's gotta come through in multiple channels. They enlisted Sam's Club to talk to their members. Ozarka put stuff out as well. And ultimately there was paid advertising too, both social and I believe on radio too. So that all makes a difference in driving up people's knowledge of what to do and where to go. The easier you make it, the better the success is going to be. And then lastly, on the technical side, there were infrastructure gaps that were found in the pilot. It is hard to make all of these different connections, and not all the recycling is available that we want to be. So everything was recycled from this pilot, but it was downcycled. So thermoforms and #1 PET in bottles doesn't go back to bottles, it goes back to thermoforms. And we want to get to a place where we're going back to bottles. So that's one of the lessons learned, but that can be overcome. So there's hope here. And ultimately, I feel like I'm just validating everything everyone else said today, is it takes partnership. You got to have all of us at the table to make this happen, to get to a better place. And we got to remember that consumers are at the center of that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you again to our speakers. We do have some time for our Q&A. So if we have questions, once again, raise your hands real high so our staff with the microphones can come and find you. And if you are virtual, make sure you can submit to our YouTube stream or to info@texanbynature.org. So who's first? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. When you're returning the PET, how do you know, or how does the machine know what they're putting through?
Well, there are different ways. The newest way to do deposit returns is to do a bag drop system, and once the bags are collected and it's sorted out, when it's sorted, they'll clear the technology used is usually some kind of optical scan. Will count how many and what type are going through. There is one particular system, the Clink model, which is used in Maine and upstate New York, where they'll then communicate back to the consumer what should have been included and what is not allowed in the system. So there's a back and forth in terms of that engagement, which is really helpful. Everything, and I think Letitia from TDS pointed this out, I mean, everything imaginable comes through, so you have to be prepared for that. But that it's identified after the fact. In other places, they use a reverse vending machine where you put in one bottle at a time and it reads the UPC code. It's not as convenient, and so it doesn't work as well.
Okay.
So I think the incentive program is great. I've seen it like in certain areas of town in Houston, but has there been any discussion around maybe building an incentive program or partnering with like office towers and stuff to collect all of their disposable water bottles? Because the number of plastic water bottles I see in the trash can at my company alone, it just at headquarters baffles me. And at my last company, we were going through cases and cases a day of plastic water bottles, and I advocated for us to move to like a reusable water bottle, but it just seemed like that was not even, like, we can't even consider that. Everyone needs to have their disposable water bottles. And so I was just wondering if there was something like that being discussed at Ozarka or anywhere else.
Well, I have two responses. First, we do sell 5-gallon water coolers, and we're happy to provide that service to your office building. And two, we don't do collection, but commercial collection of just any any recyclable is out there. And I think TDS does that if they're still here. So it's certainly possible. And in New York City, that's how they do it. New York City is an entirely different, because it is so densely populated, it is not analogous to most places. But that's how they'll have contracts just to pull out all of the plastics from those office buildings.
I'll also say, if I can, that you probably don't see a lot of nickels and dimes in that trash can, do you? So in New York and also Oregon and Iowa and Maine, these are 5 cents, 10 cents. And so when a value is assigned to it, it becomes valuable, and it is not trash. And so, dare I say, you could have quite a few people going through your trash if it was 5 or 10 cents. So there is something to be said about the incentive in and of itself, driving offices and others to see the value and recoup the value for themselves or for their customers.
So I was struck by the Budweiser statistic. And I actually like a good Budweiser every now and then, so it's not a slam against the brand at all. But I'm wondering if you have approached them to actually put something on their can about deposit this responsibly. They do, most of the beer companies do a great job about drive safely, drive home safely. And I would encourage you to really try, they are looking for good stories right now, and I think this would be a good story for them. So I would encourage you to reach out and see if they couldn't put something on the can. I like the incentives. I mean, when I was in college a million years ago, we got 5 cents for every Coke bottle we returned, and the last 5 days of the month, our entire floor collected all the Coke, we turned in our Coke bottles and then went out to have lunch. So I would encourage you to really show that statistic to Budweiser. They have a big lobby in Austin, and I think you could make some progress with them on getting them to put it on the can. Like, don't be a jerk, put this in a trash can.
I like that. Well, I would love a contact. And that's one of the things I said, we would love to work with Budweiser. Unfortunately, there are some, corporations that are that would prefer to not work with NGOs. That's kind of what I said. Don't be scared of us. We're not scary. But it does work. And I will say, in 2017 or earlier in TxDOT data, lotto tickets were on that list. Like, they were picking up so many lotto tickets at litter, and they did. They put on there, throw this away. Do not just throw this on the ground. And it worked. Lotto tickets aren't on the top 10 anymore. But so I think that's a great idea, Budweiser, if you're out there. Hello. But I think that is an absolute thing. Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a big old, yes, 10% of all the trash on Texas roadways is branded Budweiser. So all you Bud drinkers out there, yeah.
Tell a friend to tell a friend.
That's right. Tell them to call me.
And that, what struck me through all three presentations was that, we've got all this great data, and everybody identified bringing stakeholders to the table as kind of a critical next step. So for each of your three organizations, what process do your teams use to think through what that next step might be, or who might be the next right stakeholder to reach out to? Like she was saying, it could be the beverage companies themselves, or the city, or the office buildings. I'd love to hear kind of how those brainstorming sessions are going with your teams. If you want to start, Maya.
Sure. Well, my team is Brad over there. Hi, Brad. We're a small but mighty team, and a lot of it is sitting on who will talk to us. And I love Liz. I love both Liz's. That Liz down there, she was one that said, "Okay, I'll talk to you." And so the value chain on these sorts of projects is just enormous. There are so many stakeholders, and so we work with Texans by nature, and I went to Joni and said, "Joni, help me."
People will talk to us.
But absolutely, I think it's all of the above. It is not only brainstorming who's the obvious, but who we haven't thought of, and then who can we beg to talk to us, Liz?
Yeah, I would say because we are so local at Houston and Galveston, we try to think up what corporations or companies are local to us that we can engage in, talk to, who care about the environment around them, and also using Texas by Nature. That was one reason that we applied and are so grateful to be a Conservation Wrangler, so that we can start working with bigger corporations as well, and talk to like experts who are in the field today, because we are, American Bird Conservancy has been around a long time, but our program is 3 years old, so we are pretty new. So yeah, anyone who's willing to talk to us, we'd love to talk to you.
On the recycling front, the way we're thinking about it is actually working back from what we want our finished product to be. So we're looking at it through the lens of how are we going to get more RPET, so we can drive up our recycled content, and that means we're thinking through who are processors, and then where do we know, and given the fact that, you know, there are certain places, like there's always a move to do more recycling in Vermont, which is wonderful, but Vermont's not going to move the needle on how much recycled content we can put in our products. So we need places that are big and substantial, and so that is one piece. On the conservation side of things, you know, I think we want to, you know, continue to do that work to protect watersheds and collaborate with folks. So we're in general, we're open.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, next question. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for Liz with Splash. I think actually there's a correlation between the trash in the water, the farm to market road, and so on and so forth. But I imagine that you mentioned just now that your education of the trash along the coastline is probably limited to some geographical in your local region. But I think that my brothers and sisters in the rural area a little north of you are your problem. So how could we help you get your education further north?
Yeah, I love that question. So we do have online resources. I would say we probably cover like within a 2-hour range of Houston and Galveston. So we are starting to go much more north, like up in the higher in the watersheds. But our online resources are a great way to start getting educators, like formal or informal, to start to share our message and share our lessons in the classroom or at a local like nature center, because we do connect. We work with you too. So like, let's say you're not on the coastline, but you're in Trinity River, and we can update our educational like even images so that it reflects what's happening in the Trinity River. So I would say like contact us if you have like specific schools or educational programs in mind. But yeah, that's definitely like one of our like goals is to continue to increase further in the watershed to clean those environments too, because y'all in Dallas your trash is coming down to us, but it's also affecting you guys up here. So we would love to eventually be like a statewide program. That'd be so amazing. Yeah. Cool.
Hi, question for Mia. Rich with Clear Lake, Texas. We do the inland waterways centered around Grapevine and Louisville. So that's our niche. And I was just back to your metrics. I was real happy not to see Modelo on there. So that means we've picked up every Modelo can and nothing has gone downriver. That's very reassuring to us on our end. And I want to know if there's any therapy offered for my boss, Don, that's out here about 3-4 days a week doing this. And we pulled down about 87,000 pounds last year of trash, and he's the man.
Boy, got the arms to prove it too, I'm sure. Well, you know, I tell you, we've gone down rabbit holes. We've picked up trash. We've got all sorts of. We know the brands. You know, we know what it is. We know where it is. I think now it's incumbent on us to do something big you know, and sometimes big things are scary. You know, policy is scary, and changing the mindset of consumers is scary to businesses and folks. But I think that it's time, dare I say, that we did decide to do big things. You know, as Liz said, we're at a 9 to 11% recycling rate for PET. When she says rPET, she's talking about recycled PET. But, you know, right down the road here in Dallas, there's a plant, Indorama Ventures. They make the bottle-to-bottle recycling, and they're actually importing plastic from China and Taiwan and other bottle bill states. You know,
California.
Just California. Well, okay, I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. But so I think that there is a culmination of problems that we can come together and solve for the good of the environment and the good of the economy. You know, so kudos to you for picking up all those Modelo cans, and please put it in the Texas Litter database. And please also think big and bold about how we can move past, you know, the scary stuff into the big exciting stuff. So you don't have to do that anymore. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I have just one last question to wrap up this panel. You know, we opened this panel talking about novel ideas and how, you know, we should all be using everybody's novel ideas to implement with our own activities. So some of us are doing recycling, some of us are doing habitat, you know, all these different activities. So for the panel, I would like just a quick 30-second answer from each of you on how can lessons learned in litter cleanup and abatement be used for other conservation initiatives. So how you're collecting this data, how you're working with stakeholders, all of those things. What would you recommend to your, you know, counterparts in other types of initiatives to take home with them?
I think being adaptive, and going back to what was said this morning, is you have to believe that your partners or your potential partners want to do the right thing. And I think bringing that sort of positive outlook to it will help smooth that pathway to getting something done. But being adaptive so you can switch gears and pivot when needed is really important.
Yeah, I would say, again, it's about I think considering accessibility, how are you getting your information out? How can you work with your communities, your organizations, the people who you're trying to reach them best? So there's that communication piece, and who's missing at your table, who you want at your table, I would say.
Yes, and let's see. Those are all excellent. I took mine. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. I would say that, you know, someone said earlier, I think the Wildlife Association is saying, you know, we work to incentivize landowners, and we go out to them, and we meet people where they are. And I think that's what we need to do. We meet people where they are, and not just preach to our own choir, and frankly, not just work with the people who do share our values. There's all sorts of people out there, and all of the people live in this world with us. And so let's meet them where they are. And so it might not be altruism, it might not be, you know, goodwill, but it might be the economy. It might be your land. It might be something. Something is going to meet someone where they are right now. And that is how you move them from the now to the future, as Joni says. You know, we really need to start looking towards what's next. Where are we going? As opposed to almost, you know, where we've been, which can be, you know, can be hard looking back sometimes. That could, you know, be conflicting. As Liz said, let's look to the positive and look to the forward. And so that's what I'd say there.
Thank you. Thank you again to Maya, Liz, and Liz for sharing today. All right. We are going to take a break and come back together at 3 o'clock for the final panel. So we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly.
The Chenier Plain is 138,000 plus acres of some of the most beautiful marsh that exists on the planet. It's a phenomenally important finfish, crab, and shrimp nursery habitat. We have rice farmers, ranchers. We also have some of the most important energy resources in the United States.
During a hurricane, this is absolutely one of our first lines of defense. The marsh abates potential storm surge that could go into and over the levees. And without the marsh there, not only would you lose production in this industry, but you also could potentially have a release of hazardous chemicals into the ecosystem here. Keeping these marsh in place is all that stands between us and catastrophe.
The Chenier Plain has been degrading gradually since the 1960s. But when Hurricanes Rita and Ike hit, it accelerated the problem even more. How do you restore something of this size and complexity? It can seem pretty overwhelming.
A restoration project of this magnitude takes innovation and elite level problem solving.
There's a lot going on here. Dozens of stakeholder voices, state agencies, federal agencies, local governments, and several NGOs. Not to mention the countless private landowners and the local communities.
Can a partnership with that many stakeholders, with that many voices work? Well, it is working. We call it the Texas Chenier Plain Restoration Working Group.
Around 2000, the Texas Chenier Plain restoration began with a comprehensive plan, basically a roadmap. At the center of that plan is a partnership that came together to tackle the problems that the Chenier Plain is facing.
Because of the storm surges of Rita and Ike, this marsh was exposed to being underwater for several weeks, and most of these plants are not adapted to those kind of conditions, so they got stressed and a lot of them died off. Dunes were finally washed off and eroded down to nothing, or the storm surge actually lifted chunks of marsh and either washed it further inland or carried it back out to sea.
Our 35 chemical plants make the constituent ingredients for virtually every consumer product made in the United States. This marsh is important in ensuring that that economic activity can continue.
The three projects that have been completed so far are the Keith Lake Fish Pass Baffle, siphons under the Intercoastal Waterway, and the dunes and beach restoration on McFadden National Wildlife Refuge. Those three projects combined are restoring the hydrology and bringing the whole system back into a better balance.
With the Texas Chenier Plain, it is a diverse landscape. There's different interests. There's wildlife interests, fisheries interests, waterfowl interests, industry interests as well. You need all the expertise you can find to make sure you're doing things right.
There's an old quote that I'm fond of, basically says, imagine all the good things that you can accomplish if you don't worry who gets the credit. And I think this project is an example of that.
Texas General Land Office has been very proud to participate in this work across the Chenier Plain. This can be replicated again, and it can be successful.
Texas is predominantly a private land state, and you can't really do a whole-scale landscape restoration project just on public land. You have to include all the private landowners that have an interest in that as well. And so if you operate or own land in the Texas Chenier Plain, certainly reach out and take advantage of the many conservation plans that are available. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We have to keep pursuing additional restoration opportunities as well as maintaining the ones we've accomplished. It's important to protect that. Ducks Unlimited is proud to be a part of that effort. There is tremendous support for the Chenier Plain and Salt Biomarsh Restoration Plan. And so I think we have momentum now to keep that going, to build upon the great success we have today.
Well, welcome back, everyone, for the final panel of the day. I hope you have learned a lot and enjoyed meeting new people. I do see a lot of folks standing at the back, which is great if that's your choice. If you do want a seat, we have some seats down here. Just come down these steps right here, and there's plenty right here if you do want a chair. So I'm looking forward, as I mentioned, to this final panel of the day, ecosystem collaboration. For those of you who are online, don't forget to ask your questions on the YouTube stream or at info@texanbynature.org. So today we've heard from leaders in both conservation and industry. We've explored various examples of education, engagement, communication, and collaboration. To end the day, we're going to get more specific in speaking about a landscape scale project, but also more general in talking about decision making, as well as larger gaps and opportunities for the future. We'll focus on what it looks like to collaborate for mass ecosystem results. So I know I've had one-on-one conversations with a fair amount of the folks in this audience, and a lot of times we've talked about the language used in business and the language used in conservation. And how, when we talk about inputs, outputs, actions, reactions, there's just a different way of for all of us to think about this. So if I were to ask you to define ecosystem, there's probably about 320 folks in this room right now. I'd probably get 320 different answers if I asked you for that definition, right? So from industry, I would hear about the value chain. Maya used that earlier. I would hear about your partner network. I would hear about your inputs, your outputs, your final product. From our natural resource NGOs, I would hear about habitat. I would hear about the natural resources ecosystems that you work with all the time. And depending on what area of conservation you work on, even those wouldn't be standard. You would define ecosystem depending on your view, your perspective of the world. And so this difference in even defining ecosystem and the goals that we have, it plays out in how we scope our initiatives. It plays out in how we have our conversations. It plays out in how we understand the ultimate impact of our actions. Because without education and communication best practices, without standardized application and availability of data, and deeper partnerships that have been explored today on this stage, how do we move forward instead of just spinning in place? As we've heard from the previous panels, our local efforts have global impact. Other people's local efforts have global impact. We heard about the trash coming into Texas, right? We're known as the trashiest state. Is that all our fault? Probably not. I mean, obviously not. But there are things that we can do to fix that. And so we have an opportunity today to step back and align our language, our goals, and our metrics. Whether we are scoping need or scoping articulation or scoping how we're going to report on the positive impact, this panel will explore that opportunity from all sides. On-the-ground effort, corporate goals and decisions, and then data and collaboration for both. So I'm very excited today that we'll have Kevin Hartke, who is the Manager of Conservation Programs at TxN Limited, Dr. Gabi Farnham, Director of Environmental Data Analytics and Reporting at Phillips 66, and our very own Taylor Keys, Director of Programs at Texan by Nature. So again, let us get started. Kevin, excited for you to come, and for those online, questions go to YouTube or info@texanbynature.org. Kevin.
Well, thanks for, I guess I could give I'm very appreciative to being here today. I have give a lot of thanks to Texan by Nature, Mrs. Bush and Joni. It's been a great, it's been cool to be here and talk about the Texas Chenier Plain Restoration Partnership and talk about how that came together. And also I wanted to give a shout out to Caitlin. She's did a great job of keeping DU in lockstep for the past several, I guess, I don't know, almost 12 months, I think, perhaps. And I'm sure there's going to be a great batch of products that'll be available for the partnership to use to get the word out beyond this group and beyond the typical partners that are involved in that partnership effort. So I guess I'm going to start off with talking about what is the Chenier Plain, for those who might not be familiar. So the Chenier Plain is a geographic area. It includes both, the map is kind of small here, it's hard to see that yellow feature on the map, but it includes both southwest Louisiana and then also overlaps in the Texas and for Texas, it's mainly focused in the area between the Louisiana border and the eastern portion of the eastern shore of Galveston Bay. It includes, for the whole Chenier Plain area, includes over 6.5 million acres, and back in the day, that would have been consisting of mainly marsh, which we still have today, but also it consisted of tallgrass prairie, which is one of the most declining habitats out there. Again, so you might be wondering where the word Chenier comes from, right? So Chenier is a term from the French, and actually the root is chêne, meaning oak. That's the basic meaning of chêne. And so Chenier refers to the oak-dominated remnant beach ridges that are across this landscape, and it really is the only elevation that's on this landscape. I remember I mentioned prairies and marsh. That's pretty flat ground. So the only elevation out there are the Chenier ridges, and you can usually see those by if you've ever been driving through between if you've ever been down to visit say Texas Point National Wildlife Refuge or McFadden, and you drove down to Sabine Pass and drove along along that highway, that road, that Highway 87 is on one of those Chenier ridges, and that's where most of the highways that are traverse this landscape, they're on those Chenier ridges, and you'll see oaks along that. So why is this landscape important? Well, it does provide a lot of benefits to people and wildlife. First off, it provides a lot of coastal protection for coastal communities that are further inland. The Chenier Plain and those ridges and all the vegetation in that coastal marsh is the first line of defense. And it's a natural defense against storm surge and for those coastal communities. That vegetation and the distance that you have between a coastal community and the Gulf shoreline, that distance of vegetation just helps reduce the impacts of storm surge. It reduces that wave energy and also helps lower the elevation of the storm surge. So it can have some beneficial impacts to lower risks and damages. It's also a home to a very extensive fisheries, and provides recreational commercial opportunities for harvesting fish. These marshes provide nursery for larval fish, and also for adult fish for feeding and feeding grounds. It's also teeming with wildlife. There's lots of birds that use this habitat. Almost just over 360 bird species use the habitat in the wetlands for migrating, for wintering and breeding. And also people come to this area to view these birds and also recreationally hunt them as well. And speaking of waterfowl, over 1 million birds winter in this area annually. It also provides commercial benefits. This area is a thriving coastal economy. It has energy and chemical infrastructure, military installations, also, like I said, a seafood industry and recreational fishing, marine transportation and shipbuilding, and also ecotourism. The former prairies of the Chenier Plain also produce rice, crawfish, and cattle, what I like to call the gumbo and barbecue flavors of, provides some to all the folks who like to eat those foods. Also, the region's ports are instrumental in moving lots of products in and out that are of the area that are important to the nation and also the global economy. But but with all these important things, there's also there's degradation that's going on, and you saw some of that talk about from the 3 folks, or actually 4 folks in the video. And one of the major impacts to that marsh habitat is the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway and other dredging projects and dewatering projects that have occurred over time by man. These man-made impacts have also been exacerbated by natural ones, such as relative sea level rise and also hurricanes that come through and impact that marsh. So how do we fix this damage? Well, you can't do this in a vacuum. It can't be done by any singular person. It does require a multiple partnership, and like Todd said in the video, that partnership started within a smaller area of the Chenier Plain on the Salt Bayou watershed, and that working group came together with these agencies here, their logo here. They started that partnership, and they started identifying the projects that could have some major influences, major benefits to the habitat, and they started working on those over time. So what is the Salt Bayou watershed? That geographic area is here in the black. This is why they picked this area first, because it was already under public ownership, had already been somewhat protected. It's made up of McFadden National Wildlife Refuge and also J.D. Murphy Wildlife Management Area and CRM State Park, and those areas represent 140,000 acres. So it's a good place to start. These are also areas where they could see where impacts were happening over time. And so they identified the issues on these areas, and they identified the strategies. And they also developed these strategies with the stakeholders in mind, making sure that they align with their goals as well. And so over 20 years, this effort has accomplished 90,000 acres of improvements and enhancements and restoration to the Chenier Plain area in Texas. And these projects on the right are just some of the examples of big projects that have been put into place. And I know some of them are mentioned in the video as well. And so these projects improve freshwater inflows, they decrease salinities in this marsh. It's also impacting all that vegetation. And also helps, in some cases, there's using beneficial use of dredge material in a way to build up the marsh and to restore that vegetation. And also using shoreline protection features such as rock breakwaters along the GIW to protect those shorelines from erosion. But there's more work to do. I mean, this is a big area, and this partnership, starting from the Salt Bayou Working Group, they see the need to expand that partnership effort to a greater area, and so that's what kind of was the impetus for the creation of the Texas Chenier Plain Restoration Partnership as well. And so many projects have been already identified to help out this area. They've been identified as Tier 1 projects in the Texas Coastal Resiliency Master Plan developed by the Texas General Land Office. And DU and these partners are actively trying to move some of these projects forward and have plans to restore another 6,000 acres or so in this area within the next 5 years. And so I guess in closing, I'd just like to let everybody know that, you know, this is not just the Ducks Unlimited program, right? This is something that we are involved in as part of a much larger effort. It involves a lot of state agencies, federal agencies, both regulatory and conservation-minded folks, and also it can include municipalities, local governments. Jefferson County was very instrumental to this partnership, and also the judge. He was very instrumental in ways that he had, ways to reach out beyond the typical partners that I myself might deal with on a day-to-day basis and help this partnership get beyond some of the other outside the typical circles that that the maybe refuge manager or WMA manager works within. And so I think it's also there's an opportunity to take this model and repeat it across not only the Texas coast, but also with other areas of Texas and the Gulf Coast. And like everybody, I mean, there's been multiple presentations you've seen today that talk about partnerships, and everybody has their own, each partnership's a little bit different each way, but I guess the key that you've been hearing today, all throughout the day, is that big problems require multiple folks to work together, come to an agreement on a solution, and to help enact that solution. And so, I guess in closing, it will take some time, but it's always a worthwhile effort, and especially if you're dedicated and motivated to get the work done. Thanks.
Hello, I am Gabi Farnham, and I am honored to be here to represent Phillips 66. Thank you to Texan by Nature for the invitation. I'll also say, as the daughter of a children's librarian, I feel like I have a hero here in the front row, so thank you to Mrs. Bush as well. So we're going to talk a little differently today. We had one question this morning of how do you get money for urban development or urban biodiversity. So we're going to look a little bit at it from a lens of Phillips 66 and how that might help inform you of how you can get money from other companies. Let me get my clicker going here. First, let me talk to you about our partnership with Ducks Unlimited. It's just an absolutely excellent partner. We are very proud to have worked with Ducks Unlimited since Phillips 66 became a company. So that was in 2013. So if I just run you through some of the by the numbers with Ducks Unlimited. We actually partnered with Ducks Unlimited through our heritage companies since 1990, so it's a very long established partnership. But as Phillips 66, we have donated $4.3 million in funding to the Ducks Unlimited efforts. And Ducks Unlimited has done just a fabulous job enacting 33 projects across 11 states with those dollars. And that has positively impacted more than 35,000 acres for conservation through the partnership with Phillips 66. Let me emphasize that is not all that Ducks Unlimited, the reach is much larger of that organization. This is by the numbers with Phillips 66. We talk internally about the and. So we talk about a park might be developed and that park can be used for educational needs in the community, and it can be a public space that our communities can enjoy, and it can be flood prevention for our operations in that area. Ducks Unlimited, I think, is a great example of the and. So they are working to protect the ducks, work on those ecosystems, and that generates a space that can be used by the public, and it can be used by our hunters that are some of our greatest conservationists. So those are some of the things that we're looking for when we're looking for that and. We're also looking for groups that can deliver at scale, are non-litigious and apolitical. That may differ a little bit, I'm just speaking for Phillips 66 there, and we are looking for organizations that are mission-driven for the environment and who can measure their impact. So that's something that's important to us. For Phillips 66, for our social impact, we have 4 pillars that we use for that. We believe that as a company, if we have resilient communities, that helps us to be a resilient company. So these are our 4 pillars: education, equity, safety and well-being, environment, and social advancement. This is an answer key that as you're looking for people to partner with you and share some of their corporate dollars, generally there will be some form of this with the companies that you're talking to. Ask for their strategies for community giving, how they like to give, or what their pillars are. So this is an answer key you can ask for. I would say too that these develop over time. So if you don't see the niche for your organization in those pillars, advocate, convince them, talk to us about why it would be important. But we have many requests coming in, so we try to stick to these pillars as where we think for Phillips 66 we can have impact, where our communities have need, and where we can partner there. So I've highlighted in red for environment as one of our pillars that I think is most important to highlight for this group. So this is biodiversity and conservation, park, trail, and community garden and green space equity, nature education, and immersion for underprivileged youth. So Phillips 66, I am very proud that our vision is providing energy and improving lives, and that's underpinned by our values of safety, honor, and commitment. And I think that helps you to see where our culture as a company then stands behind biodiversity as important to our communities. So this is our public position on biodiversity. Sometimes it's easy to say that Phillips 66 recognizes the importance of healthy ecosystems. I think that's something everyone could agree with pretty well, and that we want to improve those ecosystems near our operations over time. So how do we go about doing that? Phillips 66 are not the experts on biodiversity. We don't have the strength in numbers to bring that forward in all cases, so we have long-standing partnerships. So this year we've given $3 million to environmental initiatives. Approximately 60% of that is in biodiversity. I've listed some of the organizations that we have worked with to partner on these topics. You can find more details on these in our sustainability report. That's another thing as you think about partnering with companies. How do we report externally? How do we share those stories? That's a little different than when you're talking to government agencies or communities. So I think that's something that you want to think about. We're beholden to our shareholders, and we're sharing that information out through those company reports. I am now, look at the map on the screen. These are some of our associations, partnerships, and I am going to pop up below that where our Phillips 66 operations are located. And what hopefully you saw with that here, I can flip back and forth. Joni told me the red button, green button, so I've got power here. The message that I want to deliver here, and so if you're not where Phillips 66 works, you might look to other companies that we try to work with the communities that are near our operations or where we market our products or where our employees live, work, and play. So you can see some of where we are trying to partner in that. We try to work with national organizations, then large organizations that can have the proven ability to deliver at that scale. From our sustainability report, again, I can say in 2022, we had 3,000 acres of estuaries and habitats that were enhanced by our collaboration with these conservation organizations and partners. And that has benefited thousands of species of birds, reptiles, amphibians, and butterflies. We say that birds are our barometer, so it's important for these wetlands ecosystems and the work that we do there. One more proof point that I love to share and why it's so important to gather with folks with the environmental mindset and know-how and some of our industrial partners. One of our favorite things that I see on here are many miles of pipeline, so that's a linear run of things, and we could understand through our partners, we're very good at maintaining those pipelines, monitoring for corrosion and integrity of the pipelines, but we learned from partners how to manage the space around those pipelines shorelines, many, many linear miles, thousands of linear miles, for monarch butterflies. So some small changes for us in how we treat the area, when we mow, how we mow, can make a very positive impact for the butterflies, and just changes in a way that's very easy for us to do as Phillips 66. So that's where the partnership, thank you. Thank you. The partnerships and the powers of all of you to educate us, for us to be, again, towards that biodiversity, environmental challenge that Phillips 66 wants to be a part of. Sometimes it takes guidance from those who are the experts in the room. While it's usually not a deciding factor in where we give our dollars, it is important. I wanted to talk about employee involvement. So another thing as a company is we want to retain our employees. We want them to love working for our company. If you can tie your employees to the community where they work, they are going to be more long-standing members of our company. So if you have ecological projects that involve us getting to dig in the dirt, plant trees, pull invasive species. I heard one plea that was going to make that a competition for us. That helps us with our employee base. So we are looking for places where we can give money, make an impact, but also use that, again, to that and, adding the and of help with our employee retention. And our employee happiness, help with our morale. It's great to get out into the environment. These I just put up two. I mean, we talked about $4.3 million for Ducks Unlimited. We also have a number of projects that are at a much smaller scale. So here are two that I just wanted to highlight. So one is a freshwater well to help with endangered cranes. So it can pump 10 to 12 gallons per minute, and it operates about 4 to 6 hours per day in partial sun. And so that we partnered with Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program. Another project was to work with Texas A&M for freshwater inflow monitoring. As a scientist at heart, I love things here where they're gathering the data to inform freshwater inflow standards and management of that restoration. So again, that and of we're developing scientists with Texas A&M, we're gathering that data, it can lead towards better things for biodiversity. I'm just going to recap. Promise, Joni, I'm on my last slide. So highlighting what things are important to Phillips 66, and I tried to zoom out. I think that you would find a lot of commonalities in industry. Location near our facilities is important to us. Proven ability to execute and to measure help us tell a story in our sustainability reports at the end of the year. Conservation versus overhead, so that the dollars are going into meaningful impact and not into running the organization alone. And then as a small bonus, public access to the projects and involunteerism. So thank you.
Howdy, everyone. I'm the last one, so just hang in there. One more presenter. My name is Taylor Keys. As Joni mentioned, I'm the programs director at Texan by Nature. Texan by Nature's mission is to advance conservation, so super excited to talk a little bit about what we're doing today. One way that we advance conservation is through our statewide collaboratives, such as the Texas Water Action Collaborative, or TxWAC. I'll be using that acronym as I'm talking, which matches companies and funders to conservation projects, particularly projects that benefit or impact water resources in some form or fashion. Through TxWAC, we build collaborative partnerships and relationships to align the goals of all stakeholders, but not only the goals, the timelines, budgets as well, in order to accelerate the conservation funding that positively benefits Texas's water resources. So we're trying to make conversations happen faster and funding move faster as well. The 18-month TxWAC pilot started in the Chenier River Basin and resulted in over $3 million in funding. Super exciting work. And based on that success, we have since expanded to the entire state of Texas at the start of this year. We're up to about $3.4 million in funding and working to get some more funding dollars through the end of this year as well. Texan Nature facilitates the Water Action Collaborative. We manage the project matching services, bi-monthly stakeholder meetings. Would love for you all to join us. We have one coming up next week on Tuesday. And we also manage the messaging and communications as well. And in some cases, in working with our conservation partners and funders, we do provide project management, project development services, and fiscal sponsorship. Through TxN project matching, we're seeing each company's goals and key performance indicators, or KPIs, drive investments in shovel-ready projects through the collaborative. So for industry, going to talk about some high priority drivers, the first one of which is location. So we've heard Gabi talk about that, looking for projects in your area where you operate. So is the company able to make a connection between the project location and their operations? For example, are they in the same river basin? Can they make that hydrological connection to their operations? We're also seeing companies focus on making investments in at-risk areas, for example, where water supply may not meet the growing demand as our population in Texas continues to grow. Additionally, there's a need, we talk a lot about data today, for projects to articulate their quantitative impact to provide alignment with those funders' goals, because companies are utilizing, as Joni said, these projects investments as part of their global strategy in regards to sustainability. We are also seeing that a lot of companies have cost-benefit ranges that they're trying to stay under for their investments. For example, someone may be looking to stay under, we want to invest $1,000 per 1 million liters per year for a duration of 10 years, but those investment thresholds vary greatly, with many factors being taken into consideration. We're also seeing that most companies that we work with have goals. For example, they want to be net positive or net neutral by 2030. And as they scope those project investments, they're looking to build a portfolio of benefits that not only gets them to 2030, but beyond 2030 as well. So they're planning accordingly, making sure those projects line up that they're investing in. And also thinking long-term, companies are looking for projects that typically provide a minimum of 10 years of benefits, so where the company can claim, for example, those 100 million gallons per year annually over that duration of 10 years. This also gives a certainty to companies that they aren't going to invest in something and it's developed the next year as well. Other investment drivers we're seeing include the social aspect, so Gabi touched on getting their employees involved, but people are also looking to invest in projects, especially as it relates to project areas near underserved or historically disadvantaged communities. And through TxWAC, we've seen upwards of $1 million invested collaboratively by multiple funders, where these folks are coming together, they're putting multiple eggs in one basket and investing in a project. Two examples of this work are Ducks Unlimited, their wetland work, and longleaf pine restoration led by Texas Longleaf Team in collaboration with private landowners. At Texan by Nature, we believe that our quality of life and economic prosperity is dependent on the conservation of our natural resources. It's an ecosystem that needs to be looked at holistically, and it's how our partners like Ducks Unlimited, Texas Longleaf Team, and many others in the room are approaching their projects as an ecosystem. So you may ask yourself, what do all of these projects have in common, and why is it working? To start, there's alignment of project and funder goals. We've talked a lot about that today. There's also clear impact and benefit metrics and monitoring efforts. This is inclusive of making sure that baseline data is getting captured during and after the project is implemented. This enables database reporting to funders. There's also comprehensive budgets and plans that include worst-case scenario costs. This makes sure that the time it takes to manage a project is covered and helps mitigate any risks of going over budget. And there's also collaborative partnerships at play, which we've talked a lot about today. So there's strong relationships between conservation organizations, community, businesses, and landowners that make for a successful project. And Justin talked today, you know, we live in Texas, really big, lots of private lands, 95% of which is privately owned. And these conservation efforts on private lands present these large-scale conservation and restoration opportunities that benefit all Texans. That's why engaging not only our landowners today, but the new generations of landowners is so important for the conservation of our natural resources. There's also collaborative funding. So again, these folks are coming together and they're sharing these benefits. This is also a risk mitigation strategy. So companies aren't putting all of the investment that they have for the year into one project. They're able to invest in multiple projects as part of that project portfolio. And last but not least, all of these projects include education, application of best practices, strong metrics, and ultimately alignment to global reporting. This is a successful formula for building a strong reputation, garnering investment, scaling, and replicating.
So what does this look like when pen meets paper? Ducks Unlimited is an expert in this, so if you're a conservation organization in the room, you want to know how to make a business case for a project, go talk to the folks that are here today. For example, if you invest $100,000, you get 5.39 million gallons of water per year for a duration of 10 years, and that includes reporting. Sounds like a good deal if you're a business. Super clear and concise way to align the goals and timelines of all parties involved. But unfortunately, for most projects that we get submitted to the Water Action Collaborative, we're not seeing this for a variety of reasons. Across all of our programs, not just the Water Action Collaborative, we often see these gaps and challenges for conservation industry. For conservation, we often see a lack of capacity and expertise to develop a project, implement a project, monitor, or report on a project. There's also a lack of looking forward and outward to develop a comprehensive plan that includes all aspects of monitoring, control groups, baseline, post, to verify any of those estimates or claims the groups are making. We also see a lot of great projects come our way, but there's often a lack of, again, quantifying and articulating that impact and the benefits of the projects, which makes it super difficult to make the business case to funders that are interested. If projects do articulate these benefits, it's often not up-leveled in a way that anyone can understand if they're not familiar with the context of the project, or they're not tailoring their presentation to the audience. So how can we make that connection? We're also seeing very low, unrealistic budgets when organizations pride themselves on being volunteer-run, when they need staff time and capacity funded to get the project done. Related, there's a lack of forward thinking when it comes to adaptive management and ensuring that the projects have enough funds to adapt restoration strategies and implement new technologies for best practices as they evolved. Due to these gaps, there can be a lot of risk, and oftentimes our partners don't articulate how they're going to mitigate these risks at hand. And unfortunately, we're still seeing a lack of collaboration and continued working in silos when it comes to data and best practices that, if done, could uplift all organizations. So excited that all of y'all are here today. For industry, there's often a lack of sharing information-related goals, how the investments are made, or what frameworks are used. This can make it difficult to find projects that align. Companies want to report on the science-based metrics and the data, but often don't have the funding or want to allocate the funding for the research and monitoring it takes to get there. So conservation orgs, make sure you're writing this into your budgets, and companies would love to see y'all fund that work. There's also typically different funding pools to pull from companies. Is it coming from a philanthropic budget, operational, sustainability budget? And how does that change the amount available and the requirements of that funding? As we work with individuals from different offices like sustainability, marketing, government relations, philanthropy, a lot of y'all are here today. Across the company, when we're talking to folks, sometimes these folks talk about the company's goals and what they invest in differently, so it can be confusing to our conservation partners when presenting a project. And as all of y'all reflect on today, I would encourage everyone to think about these gaps and the gaps that you're facing in your own role, and how can we all come together to address these challenges, learn from each other, and better collaborate as conservation industry leaders. Next, I'm going to touch on one way that TxN Nature is bridging gaps in data articulation and reporting. Again, we talked a lot about data today. It's a driver in a common language. Data-driven decisions are vital for folks to understand the business case and invest in these conservation projects that positively benefit our quality of life, our economic prosperity, and natural resources. By utilizing trusted data sources, defendable and accurate statements can be made by leaders on the positive return on conservation that local boots on the ground efforts have, thus pushing the needle forward and making that global change. Unfortunately, science-based data on the benefits and impact of conservation projects is not reported in a way that's usable by industry or can be non-existent. To address this challenge, TxN Nature created the ROC Index, Return on Conservation Index, to easily communicate the impact, conservation impact as a global sustainability strategy. The ROC Impacts maps conservation projects, align their impacts to a standardized goal framework that is followed by most corporate stakeholders, which are the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or UN SDGs. To quantify the economic benefits, we collaborated with ecosystem service valuation experts, Ecometrics. Ed Pinero's here today. Let's see. Here's an example of recently created ROC Index from our work with Ducks Unlimited to quantify the comprehensive benefits of the Chenier Plain restoration effort. This is just one row, but make sure you check them out in the lobby. These ROC indexes were created to accelerate funding mechanisms, to answer the question, what is the quantitative impact, and to inform data-based decisions on local conservation investment in an understandable, standardized format. And you may be wondering what the ROC index can result in. Well, I have a success story to share with you. In 2021, we began working with Texas Longleaf Team through our Conservation Wrangler program. Jenny Sanders is somewhere out there today. She's the coordinator at Texas Longleaf Team. Their organization was the first that we piloted the ROC index with to calculate the ecosystem service benefits of restoring longleaf pine in East Texas. In 2022, Jenny identified a project opportunity with a landowner in Trinity County, and our team worked with Dr. Matt McBroom to calculate or estimate the volumetric water benefits of the project. The why it's working that I talked about earlier was in place. From there, we created a funding proposal that we presented through TxWAC, and in collaboration with Bonneville Environmental Foundation, we identified a group of funders, some of which are here today. The Coca-Cola Foundation, Silk, Google, Meta, Microsoft all came together to collaboratively invest over $970,000 to restore 2,000 acres of longleaf pine. Monitoring is a very important part of this project to verify those volumetric water benefit estimates. Raven Environmental Consulting, Brett Lawrence and Ross Carey are working closely with the landowners to manage this restoration project. Everything's in progress, and we're actively collecting data. So again, that baseline during post-implementation monitoring is critical to the success of this project over the duration of the next 8 to 12 years. This is an excellent example of what successful collaborative conservation looks like, and is a model I'm sure will continue to be replicated. Okay, last slide. As we reflect on all of the amazing presentations and connections made today, I just wanted to pose these questions to ask yourself as you look at your projects, funding strategies, and partnerships. Are there partners, resources, or research that supports quantifying your impact? Do you have that comprehensive plan and budget in place? Is the budget more comprehensive than just moving dirt or planting trees? Does it include that staff time, all the monitoring, reporting, and messaging that you need to make that project successful? And how do you articulate your impact? Could it be made clearer and more concise so the stakeholder that you're trying to reach or fund your project can easily understand? As we look toward the future, we envision a Texas where every Texan is involved in conservation, and that future is collaborative, and we hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, Gabi, and Taylor. So at this time, we will take questions from the audience and from online if you want to submit via the YouTube stream or info@texanbynature.org. We'll start in the audience. We have one right here, Estella. And do we have one right here ready to go, Orby?
I'll ask a virtual question if that's okay. Yep. Just want to get the folks that are online plugged in as well. So this one is from Michael from the live stream. Clearly, Phillips 66 understands the importance of conservation as shown by their action and efforts. What is the largest barrier that companies have for providing support to conservation efforts?
I think one of the challenges is with the breadth of opportunities that are there, trying to make a really good bet on it's an organization that can deliver, and then trying to make the case always to our shareholders that those actions for the company, the dollars, have been very valuable. So having the story to tell at the end of it.
I know we've talked a lot about collaboration, and by nature of having so many different organizations involved, there's bound to be differing priorities, right? So my question is, how do you, from your perspective, navigate those differing priorities in creating the most effective and impactful partnerships?
Kevin, can we start with you? You guys have so many partners working together on a lot of your project, but in particular the Chenier Plain, and there are so many opportunities for conservation efforts. How do you guys prioritize and choose what to do first and which partners to involve first?
Well, again, I think, as I said at the end, the DU doesn't really lead any of the efforts. We're more of a facilitator for the lead agencies or partners who have the project and project idea. Obviously, for us, we align ourselves with the partner and the projects that fulfill the DU mission. I mean, the DU mission is about waterfowl and people, right? But there's obviously there's really, like say for example, the state and federal agencies, that's a pretty close connection, right? But there also are connections with other partners where it's not so close, it's actually more overlapping. And so and that's definitely in the ESG, am I saying that right? ESG kind of realm of things, right? And so we usually we might partner with, say, Texas Parks and Wildlife on a project, and then we realize that there's other opportunities for other partners to be involved, and we have a pretty good, we have a pretty large organization, right? We're not just in Texas, we're all over the nation. So we have both biologists and conservationists and development staff that have pretty large networks, and so we kind of reach from within and then reach from outside of our own to find the partners that can maybe help put projects together, finish them out, get them implemented on the ground.
Thank you. Gabi, what about you at Phillips 66? How do you prioritize? Oh, so I was going to answer the question of challenges in the projects, communication, I think, between the projects and making sure that you are speaking the same language. So that's when something like Texan by Nature may be able to help out. We come at things from a very different perspective from industry versus an environmental group, but we share very much the mission in the same way. So even here, when it's a return on conservation, those are weaving in business terms and things we're comfortable with in a way that also is comfortable to environmentalists and working in that space. And prioritization is always a challenge, so I'll let Taylor handle that one. Awesome.
Yeah, in our role where we sit between conservation industry for our program, the Texas Water Action Collaborative, as an example, we survey both the conservation side and the business side to best understand what is the conservation group looking for in regards to funding? What is the funder looking for in regards to funding a project? We take, again, a surveying and scoring approach. So we let the data lead us in the best direction. And from that, we're able to narrow down a list of over 60 projects to say, hey, Gabi, here's 10 projects that best align with your mission and goals. And we're just very transparent about where projects are at with their monitoring and reporting, the funding that they need if there's any risks involved. And that's the way that we go about prioritizing all of our efforts and projects for our programs.
Awesome. Estella.
Thank you. I was born in West Texas so long ago, we used to drive to the edge of town and turn off our headlights and drive by the light of the night sky. I hope some of you remember that Texas as well. I want to thank Joni and Ms. Bush for today. This conference has been wonderful. I especially appreciate the emphasis upon education and partnerships. And in Texas with 20 million more people. And notice I didn't say the immigration problem in the state really on the southern border or on the western border, and the northern border and the eastern border.
I just got here from Oklahoma. We're okay too.
We're glad you're here. But here's the question. Part of me loves the challenge of trying to figure out how we're going to deal with this. Where are we going to find the water? All the land in Texas that's open for development is west of Fort Worth. All the water's in East Texas. So we've got to filter groundwater in West Texas or desal along the Gulf. That's very expensive. My question for each of you today is what gives you hope? Because what gives me hope is the people in this room right now. People who understand these partnerships, who understand the need to collaborate, who understand the need to preserve Texas and make it possible for other people to come here without destroying Texas and destroy our way of life. So that's my question to the three of you. What gives you hope today, right now, that we can actually meet the challenge of 20 million new Texans? I don't have to worry about it. I'm 72. I'm not going to be here in 2050. But I've got 4 grandchildren who live here. 4 grandchildren. And I'm concerned for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Taylor, we're going to start with you, actually.
Perfect. Well, what gives me hope is that there's endless opportunities. All of you in the room are an ecosystem people that can all work together. And I think it's an exciting time to be involved in conservation, and companies and just conservation organization keep stepping up the bar and challenging the status quo, as we talked about earlier today. So that's what gives me hope.
I may just be a hopeful person, but I see so many opportunities and great things. So previous to immigrating to Texas from Oklahoma, I was the director of our local science fair. And so seeing young people and their talents and their enthusiasm for science, I know that the pipeline is strong to greatness. I was also working in our research organization prior to moving into this role, and innovation. We've heard some talk of AI, the speed at which things can improve and change, our ability to look at data in new ways, to measure, monitor. I think we have great reason to be very optimistic, especially when you partner that with the scientists, the advocates, the people in this room who can help push that forward. So yes, there are big problems in front of us. I think we need to have our eyes wide open to that with growing populations, just the amount of drought warnings that you see in many areas, but I think we have the right talent, the right future talent to meet those challenges, so great hope.
So I used to work for Texas Parks and Wildlife, and so I've had a perspective of both a nonprofit agency and also being from a nonprofit group and also from the agency, governmental agency. And so when I first started, I kind of, with Texas Parks and Wildlife, my career, I noticed that there was definitely a kind of a lean times within the agency and even within the federal agencies as well. And as I got into DU and started, the lean times were starting to, it seemed like all of a sudden there'd be, not just me, I'm not saying it happened just because I moved to Ducks Unlimited, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I've noticed a big flip, right? A big flip with not only within the, like, there's more, it seems to be more funding available from within the, going through the public agencies and also coming from outside groups. There seems to be more interest amongst the public to handle all these, tackle all these issues that we're talking about today, clean water, climate change issues, all those kind of things are being watched by the collective public. At least that's what I've noticed, and people are interested. When I was going through college, it seemed like I was just part of a clique, right? And like, oh, you're a wildlife biologist? Well, what do you guys really do? And so, but I think I just see now it seems like the collective public, the younger generations are all interested in it, and I think that's where I find my hope. And I think, and for me also here today, looking at all these new faces and new people I never heard, organizations I haven't really interacted with before, who are all interested, that's also very cool and also very promising for me, and I think for Ducks Unlimited to possibly, new partnerships to also introduce all you guys to different, our partnership networks to see what kind of good work we can do and accomplish in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years.
Stella? We have a question from the live stream from David. Taylor mentioned that expertise is a bottleneck on conservation organizations' ability to execute projects of interest to industry. Could you explain what type of expertise is most needed?
Great question. I think that can range depending on the organization, the size of the organization. Nonprofits can wear a lot of different hats, so they may not have a full-time development person. They may have a project that's rooted in science but not have a biologist or scientist on staff, so that can be a challenge when it comes to actually articulating those benefits. And if those organizations don't have a marketing or communications expert, for instance, but they have a scientific expert, it can be hard to take that scientific language and translate it into something that anyone can understand. So it really ranges. It depends on the size of the organization, but it really raises the flag. Organizations really need to be including staff time and capacity into their budgets so they can fund those roles and positions to make those projects a reality.
Absolutely, and we've talked a lot about water today, and a coming bottleneck is hydrologist time to really understand the impact of some of these water projects such that we can open up operational funding from industry for these projects moving forward. So keeping that in mind, that very few conservation groups have access to some of the hydrologist experts that are needed for projects of the future.
Orvie?
Hey there, over here on the right. I just wanted to say, one, thank you for doing the panel. Two, talking about translating, interpreting buzzwords. For example, a lot of people, they're not a big fan of the word conservation these days. It has kind of a negative connotation with the general public. Are there any buzzwords that if you're approaching a commercial group or an industry about partnering, are there any buzzwords you think you should include or you should avoid?
I'll go first. I think a great practice is no matter what funder you're approaching, check out their sustainability report, the webpage, talk in the language they're talking in, and it never hurts to define the terms that you're using. I mean, if your organization uses the terminology conservation, you can define what that means to you, you know, and it's good for them to be aware. You know, because they may have a different thing in mind. As Joni said, we all define it differently, so the more data we can use and the more alignment that we can make, we can all get on the same page and hopefully talk the same language at some point, so.
Yeah, I can't think of any particular buzzwords to include or avoid. I think we're looking more for, is this an organization that would bring a lawsuit in the future or is going to be lobbying in a way that we don't want our company name to be attached. So we're going to be looking at things like that a lot more than if you use the term conservation or any buzzword that would be. I can't think of anything in that space.
I guess I'm not really certain about the, there's a lot of, so Ducks Unlimited also includes a lot of not just biologists, but also engineers. We have engineers in-house. And I will say that sometimes some of the words that are kind of used to talk about some of our dirt projects, and I don't know, even dirt can be considered a negative word, I guess, in some folks, right? But like, you know, like the word construction, stripping, things like this are just, we have to, I find myself having to be careful when I talk to certain partners about what, you know, the actual technical means and methods that we use to do some conservation, restoration projects on the ground. And so it is some of a challenge, and you do have to sort of like have some, like maybe, you know, I'm sure it'd be nice if there was more one-on-one talking where you have a chance to be able to, you know, relay what you're really getting at and maybe help the other partner, the new partner perhaps in the room, right, understand what these activities really mean in the context of the whole restoration project.
Thank you. So we're going to have one quick lightning question, 30 seconds with each person. If you think about the initiative that you guys shared today, the specific project and the reason you were here talking, what is one thing that you learned in working through that project or initiative or strategy that the folks in the audience can apply when they leave here today? Taylor?
Oh, I don't want to copy anyone else that went earlier, but I think it is the human dimension and meeting people where they're at and understanding those perspectives and how do you get through to that person and use the right communication strategy to reach them. So I encourage you to develop a really big toolbox to hold all those strategies in that you can use with all of these different partners.
I think the importance of metrics and metrics in the biodiversity and conservation space that go beyond number of acres. So we're always seeking metrics that can define a project that we can talk to shareholders and investors, to the public. So helping to define, and that is something we would look to all of you to help us with.
I think for me, I think bringing up new, being able to like keep new blood into the process of these projects and keeping them up to speed on what's happened in the past, because some of these projects can go for a long period. I've been working on some projects that have been around for 10 years and haven't been done yet, and there's a lot of problems and pitfalls that have caused it to delay. So it's like having the new like whenever you're bringing on new staff and within the organization or maybe in a partnership organization, hopefully you can, you know, instill in them all the backstory on the projects that can help them understand what they need to be doing to avoid those pitfalls down the road with even the same project or a new project that they get involved in. These projects, like Todd has mentioned in the video, Todd Marandino, he mentioned, you know, the restoration is it's a marathon, not a sprint. And some of these projects are really like that. It takes a while, and having the staff always fully engaged or having the partners fully engaged people move in and out of their roles, right? And so whenever new ones get in, get them back, get them into the fold, get them engaged so that they can keep that project moving along when maybe you move on to something else.
Thank you, guys. So engagement and metrics. Thank you, Kevin, Gabi, and Taylor for the final panel of the day.
I'll tell you what makes this place special. The wide open spaces, the cold, fresh water of the springs and the rivers. It's a hotspot of biodiversity.
People who live out here in Bandera definitely have a bit of that Western pioneer spirit. We just find it remarkable and are drawn to making it home.
It's very unique. It gives us something breathtaking to observe at the end of our day, which is the beauty of the night sky.
Dark skies are important to every living thing out here. It really isn't just about astronomy. It's about preserving a balance. We are not exempt from the laws of nature just because we're human beings. All living things rely on the cycling of daylight and darkness. These are rules that can't be denied.
We call the hill country the edge of night because it is on that cusp of dark, pure night skies and large metropolitan urban areas. And unfortunately, that line is moving in the wrong direction, headed west, encroaching on those perfect night skies. And it's all because of light pollution. Preventing that negative impact to human health, to the economy, to the environment is the underlying mission of the Night Sky program at Hill Country Alliance.
Ecotourism plays a huge role in the economy out in the western regions of the hill country particularly. The cost of light pollution is unseen often to most people. They don't even think about it. But in the context of what I do for a living of rebuilding native prairies, if someone takes the darkness away, I can't put it back. Light pollution is bad for business. With extreme amounts of artificial lighting, you will have less and less native insects. It also impacts the native flora, the plants, because there's less pollination that can occur. And so there's slowly this changeover to what might as well be called an ecological desert.
In the state of Texas, we estimate that $300 million is wasted every year shining light up into the night sky. So through the Night Sky program, the Hill Country Alliance is working to educate the public about what light pollution is and how we can prevent it. Overall, it's finding a way to combat light pollution and reclaim our night sky. So the Night Sky program helps grow and foster what we call Friends of the Night Sky groups. These are assemblies of volunteers, people that live in these communities, that interact with their city and their fellow residents. A lot of our groups work with business owners or residential owners, landowners, to improve their lighting. Those groups will move forward to help their communities enact or improve on already existing outdoor lighting ordinances.
There are such simple incremental steps that can be taken that make a huge difference to bring down the lights.
Proper color temperature of bulb, proper shielding, directing the light where it needs to go. If they can turn off their lights, we recommend putting them on timers or having them be motion detected. Starting at home is a great fundamental step, and then we share this information with other folks.
When people come to Bandera, they want to look up at the sky and see the stars at night. The Night Sky effort is one way we can take care of ourselves and protect this place in the world the way it is and has been.
half a dozen times during the year, we bring folks together for star parties. It's a great opportunity to experience the night sky for themselves, to learn about what it is we're trying so hard to protect while under what it is we're trying to protect.
There's something that when I look up at a dark night sky, it reminds me of wildflowers, the massive depth and diversity. The infinity of it is mind-boggling. There's so many complex issues facing society now across the whole globe, but one of the simplest things we can do is fix this light pollution. Just imagine if we could get that under our belt, what would we do next about all these problems we're facing? We could tackle them one at a time. Let's go.
So as we move into the wrap-up phase of the day, I want to thank UPG Video for the 5th year working with us on the Conservation Wrangler videos and just the amazing imagery and storytelling of bringing these to life each year. So thank you to UPG. So from my perspective, what an amazing day it's been. I want to thank the speakers, each one of you who came and sat on stage. I thank you for your time in being here, your time in preparing, your expertise, your candor, your knowing that you had no idea what questions were going to be asked. I really appreciate you being here today. Thank you to the Texan by Nature team for being brilliant, steadfast, passionate, amazing. Each and every single day. I am very lucky to work with each and every one of you. Thank you, guys. And thank you again to all of our sponsors and members for believing in this summit each year and believing in all of our programs. We couldn't do this without you. We've grown over the last few years, and we are deeply appreciative of the ones who have become deeper, richer partners who are working on strategies and supporting more and more of the conservation community. Thank you. So hopefully you're at a point in thinking about how to apply everything that was talked about today and what you're going to leave here and do. And I'm going to give a shameless plug for a couple of ways to get involved. If you are a conservation organization, our Conservation Wrangler applications are open. So if you're thinking about that, grab one of the Texan by Nature team members. We're happy to talk to you about that. Those applications are due the last day of January, and usually we announce the first week of April. There's also our Conservation Partner Program. You can find more information about that at texanbynature.org. That is a free program to get involved with other conservation partners across the state of Texas. And for others, particularly industry or anyone else in the room, you can look at membership, Texan by Nature 20 submission, and we'll talk about Texan by Nature 20 here in a minute. The Texas Water Action Collaborative that Taylor mentioned, or the Texas Collaborative Conservation Network that you will be hearing more about soon. There are many options to get engaged and collaborate more deeply. I hope you will look at those. So at Texan by Nature, Taylor mentioned this a little bit earlier in her presentation, but we envision a future where every single business, every single Texan is engaged in conservation. Every single one of us. We're all making sure that we're the cleanest state, not the trashiest state. You can tell that that one hurt deep. We got to change that. It's not the Texas I know. So, we believe, as exemplified today, we believe in science and data. We believe in those approaches. We believe in action. We believe in reporting results. We believe in building on what's working, not reinventing the wheel, but building on what's working and working together to do that. We believe in removing barriers so that each of us can work together towards a future that is vibrant for every single one of us. We believe that every single one of us is Texan by nature. Whether you're part of the staff, or you're a partner, or a member, or someone listening today, you are Texan by nature. And every single person in this room, you're a leader in your respective field, in your industry, and we all have an opportunity to start and broaden our impact today. So starting now, we have 12 months until we get together again, right? I broke that down earlier. 12 months, 52 weeks, 365 days, over 500,000 minutes until we come back together next year. So how are we going to measure this year? We heard some really interesting nuggets throughout the day. We heard, do big things. Can we do big things in the next 12 months? We heard, be adaptive. Really liked that one. Believe that others want to do the right thing and meet them where they are. Help them come along with you. Work in a way that we, as conservation NGOs, no longer need to exist, right? That's the end goal, that we don't need to come back together because we fixed it, and then we set our sights on a different problem and we went there, right? So work ourselves out of a job and focus on that and. Focus on the and in every project and every program that we're doing. So at Texan internally, we like to ask why. We like to ask what if. We like to ask how. We ask a lot of questions. So our team dynamics are interesting, right? It's always the, well, why? Or how's that gonna work? Or what if these folks got together? And so I encourage you to ask why, you to ask what if, you to ask, okay, what is this gonna look like for me in the future? Will you apply or evolve, embrace a new technology? Like the TDS Waste Wizard, what can we learn from that? That's pretty cool. And I mean, I want a personal trash goalie as well. But, will you build a new coalition or start participating in one more thoroughly? We'll stop the wish cycling, I liked that term. We'll stop the awe deprivation. How are we gonna get engaged in coalitions that make forward impact? Will we embrace deepening workforce and community expectations? Gabi mentioned they're looking for opportunity for their workforce to get more involved so that their morale is higher. So think about those opportunities within your own conservation areas. Will we step back and better understand personal, organizational, community role in broader systems? Will our partners do the same? Will we help them do that? Will we meet them where they are so that they can come there with us? There's no shortage of opportunity today, none. You can turn to the person next to you and I guarantee you they have an idea on how you can get involved. Even if it's turning off your lights, that one's easy, it's a switch. There are ways for you to get involved. Doesn't matter what your passion is, your geography, your industry, if you immigrated from Oklahoma, it doesn't matter. There are opportunities everywhere. So I challenge each of you to join us. And I issue this challenge each year, and I'm so excited because we continue to grow and people are answering this challenge. But I challenge you, join us. Join us in creating a future where Texas is known globally as the model of conservation, where we're all working together towards innovations that are changing the world, where we're collaborating deeply, and we're prospering, both in natural resources, economic growth, and our human health. I challenge you to help us do that. We have more than 500,000 minutes until we come together again. So let's make the most of them. Thank you. So a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak with a group of high school-aged young men. Anybody worked with high school-aged kids lately? It's interesting, right? Sometimes they talk back, sometimes they don't. And they all look at you like you have 3 years. But besides that, I asked them to describe leadership in a single word. And I was really curious what I was gonna get from 14 and 15-year-old young men. Was it going to be power? Like, what was it going to be? But I was pleasantly surprised because there were a couple of words that came up repeatedly when they gave me their one word that described leadership. And those couple of words were encouraging, respectful, patient, kind. Today we talked a lot about vocabulary and how we define different terms and different things mean different definitions to different people. But I am certain if you look up the definition of leadership, you will not only find the young men's terms of encouraging, respectful, patient, and kind, but you'll also find grace-filled, committed, passionate, and knowledgeable. These are all attributes of our next speaker. She is someone who founded our organization based on her knowledge, based on her desire to learn more and to act, based on her passion for improving the world. She's a unique mix, as you guys, most of you know this, of an educator and a lifelong learner, a lifelong reader, but also someone who is committed to public service. Whether she's lending her voice to dark sky initiatives, native plant education, pollinator needs, or any of Texan by Nature's other programs, whether she's taking action of her own or encouraging everyone on the Texan by Nature team to continue serving our partners in our mission, she is handling all of them with the leadership words and all of them with grace and vision for the future. So please join me in thanking former First Lady and Texan by Nature founder, Laura Bush, for her vision, and join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you, Joni, and thank you again for just a really wonderful program. I thought it was terrific today. Everybody was interesting, and they all represented every part of our state. So thanks a lot. I was interested in the last night skies, lights in the night skies, because one of the things that we've done here in Dallas, over 1 billion birds migrate through Texas. And they're disoriented by all the tall buildings with their lights on all night. And they fly into those windows and commit suicide. So there are groups that go around underneath those tall buildings in downtown Dallas, and Houston, I think, as well, and pick up the birds that have died. And so this year we've had the lights out during the time of the migration, and nearly everybody in all those big buildings downtown have agreed to turn their lights off during the time of migration. So it's also terrific in the middle of the country. I want to thank Joni especially for your terrific leadership of Texan by Nature and your wonderful staff, which have made Texan by Nature into a respected national brand. Other states are looking at our model as a framework for their own conservation plans, and I'm proud to be part of it all. Robert Horton, Ray Engel, Elaine Magruder, Adair Margot, Carolyn Miller, Cynthia Pickett-Stevenson, Jamie Shai, and Tamara Trail. Thank you all very much for your commitment to conservation, and thanks for your friendship. There are a lot of familiar faces here today as well, and thanks to all of you for your longtime support for Texan by Nature. Thanks especially to our sponsors and Texan by Nature members. Your generosity and enthusiasm enables the work we do, and I'm grateful. I also see a lot of new faces here. Thanks for joining us today. I'm thrilled that you've come to learn about Texan by Nature and also to contribute to our conservation efforts represented today. Finally, I'd like to recognize our impressive speakers. Thank you for educating and inspiring us. It's clear to me that the leaders in this room share the Texan by Nature spirit. We all know that the future of conservation lies in working together and modeling new partnerships for our state, for our country, and for the world. So I encourage all of you to go back to your organizations and adopt a practice or share an idea that you learned today. Like many of you, I was inspired by the conservationist and naturalist in my life. As an only child growing up in West Texas, my appreciation for our state's natural landscape started early and came from my mother, Jenna Welch, who, if she wasn't reading, could be found outside. My mother was a naturalist who remembered the name of every wildflower. She was my Girl Scout leader when we earned our bird badges. She went on to become a very knowledgeable, self-taught bird watcher and joined the Midnats, that's the Midland Naturalists, who were all bird watchers and conservationists. Mother would often stop me while driving through town to point out a red-tailed hawk or a white-winged dove as it flew across the Midland sky. I'll have to admit it, I've found it slightly irritating as a teenager. Midland, of course, has a huge sky, uninterrupted by trees. Midland's motto is "The sky's the limit." Imagine growing up in a town with that motto. Maybe that's why Midland produced 2 presidents. I remember when the Ban DDT signs started showing up on the telephone poles in Midland. I knew it was my mother who had put them up. They came in her Audubon magazine. DDT was a poison that wasn't just bad for bugs, it was bad for everything. And that's when I became interested in protecting our natural resources. I've hiked in a national park for over 30 some odd years with my childhood friends that I grew up with in Midland. We've hiked and camped in all the beautiful national parks from Denali in Alaska to Acadia in Maine. Though in recent years, we've tended to do a bit more glamping. When I was First Lady, I advocated for the protection of our lands and oceans through the National Park Service and the Marine Debris Initiative. In fact, in 2006, George designated Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands, the largest highly protected marine reserve in the world. In 2007, right after President Bush designated Papahanaumokuakea, I visited Midway Island with my friend and Texan by Nature co-founder, Reagan Gammon. We were near the site where George's dad, President George H.W. Bush, was picked up by a submarine after his plane was shot down during World War II. Reagan and I visited the island where the Laysan albatross were nesting. These are great big birds that nest on the ground because they don't have any predators on Midway Island, except for us. There were so many chicks in nest, we had to be careful where we stepped. The chicks know instinctively to stay in their nest while their parents skim the ocean for squid to feed them because their parents know them only by their location. Occasionally, we'd see a dead chick in its nest, and when we investigated and opened their little carcasses, we were shocked to find plastic debris, little tires from toy cars, bottle caps, even toothbrushes. Of course, many chicks still survived, but this made us realize how all the plastic we use ends up on the surface of the ocean. This plastic comes not just from the United States, but from everywhere people throw it out. We saw firsthand how important it is to recycle and to make sure that what we throw out doesn't end up in the Pacific or the Atlantic. Our trip to Midway Island, with its important role in our history, connects us to our past. The island shows us that the actions we take, even the way we dispose of trash thousands of miles away, affects the world we're leaving for our children and grandchildren. Though only 15 years ago, this trip came to mind while listening to the collaborative cleanup case study during panel 3. The American Bird Conservancy SPLASH program addresses Texas' serious trash pollution problem and how harmful it is for wildlife. And we must recognize that our trash and plastics aren't just polluting the coast in Corpus or Houston or the Trinity River. These waters in Texas flow to the Gulf of Mexico, and the Gulf of Mexico flows to the Caribbean, and the Caribbean shares its water with the Atlantic Ocean. So the trash we litter here in Texas is polluting waters all over the world. Connections like this are part of the reason we started Texan by Nature. When George and I moved back to Texas from Washington, I started chatting with my friends Reagan Gammon and Catherine Armstrong. We wanted to protect the natural resources that provide sustenance, income, recreation, and beauty to this great state that we call home. We dreamed of bringing leaders from all sectors together to advance projects and initiatives that benefit Texans. And we wanted to highlight the good work already being done to make sure that it was replicated and supported and used as a model across our state and across the country. Today, when I look out at this room full of conservation leaders and experts representing various areas of industry, community, and conservation, I'd say, I think we did it. Texan by Nature is thriving, and I'm proud of the progress we're making together and the example we're setting in Texas and beyond. Each year, we come together at this summit to celebrate conservation leaders, and we remind each other of our responsibility to protect our natural world. If we all do our part, work together and support one another in doing so, the multiplier effect will be remarkable. Texan by Nature has had the privilege of working with 35 different Conservation Wrangler projects. These projects have set a high bar for conservation, and they've been examples of leaders and citizens making a difference where they are with the resources they have. I'd like to recognize our 2023 Texan by Nature Conservation Wranglers, Texas Wildlife Association, Caddo Lake Institute, American Bird Conservancy Splash Program, Hill Country Alliance Night Sky Program, and Ducks Unlimited Chenier Plain Restoration. Congratulations, and thank you all for all that you do. You're inspiring, and you're ensuring that everything continues to be bigger, brighter, and more beautiful in Texas. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much to Mrs. Bush. She is always such an inspiration. So to end the day, we actually need to stop virtual streaming, if we could get that stopped. And thank you to everyone who has joined us online. We look forward to continuing conversations with you in person throughout the year.